And kill our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Come on, Liberia. Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Broadcast administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Broadcast administration. They care that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Broadcast administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you are loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaku, young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaku, the major went to I forgot that Jamaku, the major went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet. Hardcore rule in Liberia. When Liberia when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll post school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere, you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra
It's a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small and rule, B rule, all kinds of dialogue. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league, Costa. God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Fokke Klonjirale Bakugbe Tape Malewia, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Folks, welcome to the closing argument. This evening, it's good to be here on one of Liberia's premier talk shows here on TCA, the closing argument. We're live this evening. The time is 10 minutes after 9 p.m. in Liberia. So I want to say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending where you're joining us from. My name is Anthony Dan. And I mean, today is August 6, 2026, and it is literally our 4th edition since August started. Today is going to be a fascinating edition of the show, and so we ask you stay tuned to your phone. We ask that you stay tuned to your radio. I'm here on Truth 96.1 FM. While Junkies Morris, who's going to be joining us subsequently, is there at Freedom FM 87.9. Mr. Jerome Gamer is also here this evening, and he's going to be coming on very shortly to start the show this evening. And so we say welcome if you were there in other parts of Liberia, if you're there in the diaspora, those of you watching from across the counties in Liberia, we want to say welcome to the closing argument this evening. There are a lot of fascinating discussions we intend to have. A lot of fascinating discussions we intend to have this evening. I mean, they're all going to be interesting, very, very interesting. I mean, because one interesting thing I know about this show is it brings out the unfoldings. It brings out the issues that are, are not given much attention. It brings out those trending Liberian topics, those trending information that comes out. You hear it here on the show. Junkie Morris, welcome this evening.
Yeah, welcome also. Welcome. And good evening. Good evening to you, Antoine. How things, bro?
I mean, we give God the glory. He alone keeps us alive, give us breath to breathe. I mean, we're grateful. How's Freedom FM?
Yes, the platform is doing great, and we are here making endless efforts in making sure we strengthen Liberia and make our voices heard in the interest of all of our people. So Freedom FM 87.9 is great. So I want to say welcome to the public and welcome to all our listeners and followers, those following us via our social media platforms like our YouTube channel, The Closing Argument, our Freedom Online Radio, Freedom 87.9, and our other sister radio stations that are also simulcasting this broadcast. Welcome. This is The Closing Argument.
Yeah, so Junkies, this is the closing argument, most definitely, and this is where the country receive the best when it comes to information, education, and entertainment. Because we discuss everything here. We discuss education, we discuss politics, we give you the best of information. We also dive into Liberia's, growth and development, the economy, and the rest of other, topics and headlines that trends the city. And so we want to say welcome again this evening to the Thursday, August 6th edition of the show. Liberia is hot. Liberia is blazing hot. Hot with informations, hot with lot of breaking news that are shifting the conversation, are shifting the intellectual activity, the intellectual atmosphere from one point to another. Shifting the focus of intellect from one, discussions to another. And the country is just hot. Every time you put your internet on, every time you get on the Facebook, on the YouTube, on the social media platforms, go in the WhatsApp chat rooms, you see breaking news, you see breaking informations that are negative and positive in Liberia. So some of the questions that are coming out, some of the questions that are being asked, how far are we moving? Where are we going? Liberia. Most recently, Junkies, a private bar entertainment center that is just in Pinsville. That bar stands as one of the hottest entertainment hubs in Pinsville City. If you live in Pinsville, if you have visited Pinsville and you have not visited private bar, probably you're now a Pinsvilleese. But those of you who live in Pinsville, who knows, what I'm talking about, you understand definitely that Pinsville has the best industry of entertainment. You got different well-positioned entertainment centers, but one of them have drawn public concerns. One of them have gotten on the spotlight. Controversy have been drawn around the premises. Right now, to speak, police have established their camp on the grounds of the entertainment center. There's no selling going on, no business going on. No human being is allowed aside from police officers or members of the joint security to access that area. No journalists are allowed to access the area. Just no other citizens. The area is a crime scene. This is by the cause of its CEO's involvement into what the joint security describe as money laundering, unlessing possession of illicit drug and substances, unlessing transportation of illicit drug and substances, criminal facilitation, criminal solicitation. George Leroy Francis happens to be the man who owns private bar, one of the hottest in the city, in Pinsville. One of the hottest in Pinsville. So I want to say, Junkies, Mr. Jerome Gemme is on this evening. He's always here on the closing argument. so we'll give chance to Mr. Gaiman to run his thing.
Man, you guys are doing an excellent job. I'm enjoying. Anthony Keita, welcome to the show. Man, you're doing an excellent job. I like the strength of your voice. You know, in public speaking, we got two kinds of fricatives. We got dental fricatives and we have verbal fricatives. Verbal is the one that goes deep, and yours is dental. It comes out. The frequency is very sharp. Thank you very much, young man. You bring a lot to the show. You're a great journalist. Thank you very much. Let me go to Junkies. Junkies.
Yeah, Mr. Gaiman, why?
Yeah. You know, listen, I got to tell you guys, I am a diehard Republican.
Wow.
The Democrats are trying to steal the House and the Senate from us. And I told Junkies, I told Anthony, I told Tommy George, I told Pee Wee, all your Democrats, we're going to do all we can to make sure that doesn't happen. So I am working very closely with my counterparts to make sure if we lose the House, it will be by a slim margin or a tie. So the vice president can break the tie. We are going to keep the Senate. I can announce to you that we're going to keep the Senate. So we are going to have two branches of the government, the executive and the Senate. We may lose the House, but by a slim margin or tie. So the vice president can break the tie, whatever it is. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. If you are a Democrat, eat your heart out. I know it hurt you. The small thing hurt you. Guys, thank you very much for the show. Listen, there's a lot happening in Liberia. We're going to make sure I like some of the suggestions that were made. Since we have exactly 2 hours to be with Freedom FM, it would make sense for us to cut down our intro from about 10 minutes to maybe 3 or 4 minutes. It will give us a great deal of time for our callers to have, you know, the people are so invested into the show, right? They like to call, and we would like them to give them at least 30 minutes of time to call so they can actually express themselves, because the platform is for them. And hopefully, while I wasn't here, they introduced Anthony. Hopefully, they made the transition smooth. So our folks cannot see any difference in the transmission, the management, and everything else that happened. But yet, this is why we train the young folks. So they are interchangeable because they are brilliant. So we bid farewell to Mayan. We wish him luck. And now we are welcoming Anthony. This is the man that is now going to steer the ship along with Junkies, Morris, the man from Plebo. When I get to Liberia, he promised me his wife is going to cook me some tabatu. I don't have to eat tabatu before I come back. So thank you very much. Let me go to Anthony. Anthony, listen, you the new guy on here, so we'll make you work hard. Read to us the headlines for the day. I don't want to rain on your show. I don't want to eat your show. Go ahead, eat our show. What are we doing today?
So thank you, Mr. Gaiman. Today's show is like I said from the beginning, it's going to be literally fascinating because there are too many breaking news in the country. One of the news is from the Executive Mansion. Earlier on today, His Excellency President Joseph Boakai have said that there's going to be no room, absolutely no room for individuals who are going to be, caught in the web of things that are illegal. They're going to be treated and brought onto justice for onward investigation. Another thing today that happened, that's also part of our headline, is the Foreign Affairs Minister. She appeared before the Minister of Information today, Mikat, and she said that the Liberian government is receiving huge support from international partners into this prop of fighting drug trafficking in the country. She also denied allegations that she's been linked to drug allegations. She's linked to drug cartel. She's funding the process or supporting the process. Or anyway, anyhow, she debunked statements. She said that's truly that's squarely untrue. It's unfactual, and so she wants to caution citizens of Liberia to stay away from accusing government officials for things that they don't know happened. And another thing that's also part of the headlines is the MPC's political leaders, Simeon Freeman, who've said that he's investing $4 million US in juice and soft drink company, unlike a government that is investing their time into drug trafficking. And I mean, that has drawn so much controversy on the social media. And I mean, basically these touchy headlines, Mr. Gimen, that we tend to talk about this evening.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to go straight to Junkies. You know, Junkie got just exactly 2 hours on this show. We have to make sure we do the best we can. We want to milk the Freedom FM, our family. We want you to give you all your time. So we get a time to Freedom FM 87.9 Junkies. Welcome your partners, your friends, your audience to the show.
And so thank you, Mr. Gimen. It's nice having your voice on this platform again. You were missed, particularly by me. And I want to say welcome to all of our listeners. This is The Closing Argument, and we are live on Freedom FM 87.9. We are also live on Truth FM 96.1, Care Radio 95.9, and other sister radio stations around the country that are simulcasting this broadcast. We quickly recognize our social media followership. Johnson Morris Kelvin is here following us. Melvin Flomo is following. Rice Liberia is following and watching from Congo Town. Andrew Agape Godier is watching from Hotel Africa Row. Emmanuel Bro is watching from Minneapolis, that's Minnesota, the United States of America. Emmanuel Yasin is also following us from Yekepa, Nima County. Mountain Willie is following and closely watching from South Korea. Patient Sima is following us. Like you Mr. Gimen on your Democrat and Republican debate. So Tommy Johnson is also following. Okay, Vinicius Junior Bar is watching from Newgate Town, and Prince T Bondo is also following. More Samuels is following. Patience Sima said, "Welcome back, Mr. Gimen," and say welcome to you and all the other people that are following us and listening to us via the radio, our YouTube channel, The Closing Argument, and Freedom Radio, our online Freedom Radio platform, and other stations that are relaying this show, The Closing Argument, Freedom FM 87.9, Junkies Morris, and welcome to you, Honorable J. Victor Nangbe, one of our astute panelists. Back to you, Honorable Jerome Gimen, for control.
Thank you very much. And Patient, you are a Democrat. You can't wait to vote. We will beat you like Dumoy. Come November, this midterm, you think you're going to steal the election? No way. We are getting ready for you. We beat you like Dumoy, like Ambassador Dumoy. Yes, we're going to beat you like Dumoy. We're getting ready. But ladies and gentlemen, today is going to be a fascinating day. As the young folks have said, we will be discussing political issues. We want to remind you right off the bat that tomorrow we are going to have special guests. Mr. Samuel Freeman is going to be in the house. Be ready. Get ready for tomorrow. It's going to be rocky. It's going to be great. You are going to hear from Mr. Samuel Freeman. We're going to be asking him about his foreign policy, economic policy, his health policy, education, all of those things. It is easier to come here and blame President Joseph Boakai for the failure of everything. But what do you have as an alternative that is plausible? Something that we can hold on to and believe that this man is not selling us snake oil. If you say you're going to transform the education system in Liberia, we will want to know how, and how are you going to fund them? And who are the soldiers you have on the ground to implement your executive orders? If you say you're going to transform healthcare, we want to know how, when, and who. So tomorrow we are going to hold these politicians, their feet to the fire. We do not want to hear anything but Joseph Boakai. No. If you are going to do the same thing that President Boakai has failed at, then there is no reason for us to change Joseph Boakai. You need to come to us because this platform is one of the most, if not the most intelligent platform where men and women can analyze. So don't come here and say, Joseph Boakai is not doing well, so let's get rid of him. That is not what we want to hear. As much as I want to change Joseph Boakai, when you come out here, you got to let us know, changing Joseph Boakai for what? We want to hear all the W's, when, who, where, and what. If you're going to change the trajectory of power, electricity in the whole country, how are you going to do that? How much is it going to cost? Where are you going to get the money from? And who are those that are going to implement it? And then give us a timeline. Are we going to electrify the whole country within your first year? Or are you going to be like Joseph Boakai who said, there will be no car stuck on the road in 90 days, and he looks right in the camera and looks us in the eye and say, I mean it. We are in the third year of his presidency, and cars are still being stuck. So I'm looking right in the camera and I'm saying to President Joseph Boakai, do you really mean it? And our answer is no, because the question that's going to be asked sooner or later is your life better today than it were under the previous administration? And if we took a poll, ladies and gentlemen, if you are listening, we want you to put it in the chat room. Is your life better today than they were under the previous administration? Right? Yes or no? If your life has improved, let us know how. If your life has not improved, let us know how. Emmanuel Brock, good afternoon. The closing argument panelist. I am watching from Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's correct. Honorable Brock, let us know. Is your life better today than they were under the previous administration? Emmanuel Yatsen. Okay, that those country boys are keen to Monrovia. They put SON to their name to make it sound wheat. You ain't no wheat, man. With the junkies, I got them. You come here with your yakasi, your trobasi, and your you need to put SON to it to sound wheat. The way you dress. Yeah, right. Tamasi. The way you dress, the way you walk, we can tell you for the interior. You have never worn shoes. You don't wear shoes too often. So when you're walking, you walk different in the shoes. You're kind of walking. So we know your country, but don't come here with your tobacco. We know who you are. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all. In our chat room, please put it there whether your life is better today after almost 3 years of this new administration than it was under the previous administration. We're going to say that. I know you're going to say I'm biased because I'm going to go to Honorable Victor Namwe and he's going to tell me what are the plans of the CMC, what Honorable Musa Bedede has going, what he has to offer that is different from Joseph Yuma Boakai. That's what we want to have today. But without further ado, let me go to Anthony. Anthony, we'll begin with you. You will be our guinea pig. when this government came to power, President Joseph Boakai went in front of the national television in a press conference, and he said he took a drug test, and he vowed that drug was basically public enemy number one. He has not accomplished that. Now he's declaring war again on drug traffickers. So Joseph Boakai is doing what his former boss, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, did. She said education was the main key to unlocking. At the end, she said, education is a mess. At the end of her term, she put her hands up and said, education is a mess. And she left it a mess. Joseph Boakai declared war on drugs. The drug beat him down. Now he says, okay, the other fire, they say a hero know when to run. He ran from the drug. Now he says he's going after the drug trafficker. He vowed to go after a drug trafficker. Let's have this conversation. Mr. Dan, what is going on here? We're going from drug fighting now to chasing the drug trafficker. How does this work? Talk to me. Analyze the situation. The two.
I mean, thank you, Mr. Gimme. Since the president announced that there should be drug tests conducted for people serving in government, that has ended the number we call in Liberia, ended. Since, I don't know, the process went on for 1-2 months, it was cut off, and there was no information about whether or who have done the drug test, whether they were found, they were tested positive, they were tested negative, or whatsoever. But on the overall, the fight against drug is paramount. Because if you think that because you're serving government today and you have the opportunity, you have the willpower to traffic drug into the country, to traffic drug out of the country, because you have access to the seaport, the airport, or the borders or whatsoever, have it in mind that tomorrow you are going to leave the position you occupy. The space you're currently serving in is temporary. You're going to leave that space. Your children who are coming after you are in the country. You might not have the opportunity to, do what you were doing when you serve in certain position in government. And so now your children becomes the direct beneficiary of the effect that comes with after your actions. And so, like the police RG said, there are names of people that are serving in government, in Joseph Boakai's government, that are part of the drug cartel, according to him. And it's concerning. It should not be taken lightly. And like you said, Mr. Gimme, President Boakai have, like any other president, have promised so much to Liberian people, but have offered just little.
Good.
The promises are too many, but the fulfillment seems to be the problem. The president said, just as you said, Boakai will not get talking more.
Right.
But I posted some videos on the page from Grand Crew County, from other southeast area. And I went to Sando County. I did live coverage in Greenville City, where the road has become deplorable to an extent that citizens, can I wear clean clothes to cross the road and go to the other side of Sando? It has become very deplorable. So, politicians will have to take time how to make promises to Liberian people. Because your promise comes with consequences. So the more you make promises, the more the people expect it from you. If you don't give it, if you don't fulfill the promise you make to the people, then that's where the problem comes from. Some might say that was where George Weah's problem came from. That was where other presidents' problem came from. Other representatives, senators' problem came from. So I mean, the government should revisit their promises to the Liberian people, and they should try to work on it, because I mean, these are things that they're being held accountable for, Mr. Gaiman.
Thank you. I love my brother Emmanuel Jansen. He said, I am not a country boy, my friend. Do not open your wild mouth and start discussing my name. Emmanuel, thank you very much. That means I got your attention. You are an ardent supporter and follower of the show. And I want to know whether you are alive and well. You are attentive. Thank you very much for that correction. You are not a country boy. Yeah, Mr. Jansen, you are a quick man. I am a country boy. Let me go. let me go to junkies. Junkies. This administration began with, we are declaring war on drugs, as evidenced by the president doing his drug tests and all of that. We don't know what was the outcome. They didn't tell anything. But now we are not talking about drug anymore. The president now said he vowed and he declared war on drug traffickers. So that means either the drugs have beaten the president at the game, and the president ran and started a new war front. So let me leave the drug to yellow, but let me just go chase the guy who's drinking the drug. He never won that fight, and now he is going after the drug trafficker. He didn't say, guys, ladies and gentlemen, Republic of Liberia, I have won the war on drug as promised from day one. I am now going after the drug traffickers. Nothing of that kind. He ran from that fight, and he started a new fight. Junkies, I hope that water you're drinking now, so you go ahead.
Yes, I'm just lubricating my throat now.
That's a new water, lubricating my throat, not drinking water, but your Southeast boy, you let it be English business. That's a new one. I'm lubricating my throat. I like that.
Yeah. And so,
go ahead, Junkie.
Yes, and so thanks. For me, I think this situation with the fight against drug on the part of President Boakai, I think is duplicitous, meaning is deceitful. Because the president ran, before even declaring war on drug as president, he ran on the mantra of eradicating drug from the society. That entailed, when he was speaking of that, it entailed, which he understood before making such remark or statement or promise, it entailed exterminating and annihilating the cartel and the cabal. Because if there is no process by which the drug is being transported, harnessed, and distributed to who be sellers and dealers, there will be no way we have drug around the place, Mr. Gaiman, because there is no indication, and there are no farms here that produce the coca that is the moral product of cocaine. So how do we have cocaine here when it is not being imported through the cartel to be honest in Liberia? So in my mind, the president is playing a lip service. I like to be honest here. The president's leadership had brought this drug issue to the attention of almost every Liberian, to be honest, because of the, at least, little transparency that we are seeing, because of the pressure coming from us. We from the media, I think there is little more transparency when it comes to how this process is being handled. For that part, I give the government the tap on the back. I think they try to open up, because names that are coming up, there are names that could not come up if they did not want those names to come up because they are in charge. So for that part, we give them a tap on the back. Why do I say the president's action is duplicitous and he's trying to play duplicity? Is the president ran on the campaign message that Liberians were being drugged by the administration then. The president won the elections based on the fact that he promised to wage war against drug. So coming to the presidency after inauguration and making another pronouncement that you waging war on drug, you didn't stop there again. A few days after cartel members are threatening your son and you've been tight-lipped, your office is silent. There's nothing coming from your office or your cycle in regards to responding to the threat being made against your son, that he was involved with receiving monies to release corporates. He was involved with the whole transportational aspect of the drug as to how he was transiting through Liberia, peddling influence as the president of this, as the son of the president, rather. You did not speak on those things, Mr. President. I think that's duplicity. The fact that your son was named by cartel members, and even can you kind of made it, and the fact that your son was named by the cartel members and even threatened, you're supposed to come out. You're supposed to come out to tell Liberians, even if it does not come from you yourself, you have proteges, you have emissaries, you have PRO people, communication people. Come out and take a stand as a leader, because your son being implicated allegedly by these cartel members, it calls for a huge concern on the part of all Liberians. It is not an ordinary thing, because that the president's son will peddle influence for drug traffickers to have a smooth sail in transporting, harnessing, transiting, and exporting, distributing their drug. It is concerning, it is dangerous, and it is something that all of us needed at the time, because I think now it is a lip service, needed at the time to have a come to Jesus a meeting or gathering, to have a discussion on how we move forward as a country. Because today is Jojo. There are other people who, in fact, were named as receiving bribes to allow these cartel members to carry out their clandestine deed using our soil. So the president needed to come out. The president didn't speak. The president was out there with opulence in Grand Bassel, spending millions of the Liberian people, taxpayers' money, and having a July 26th celebration that could just be organized in a way that will meet up with the current reality, and monies that were used uselessly, I think, would have been diverted into other things like social services, to include this free tuition that the government had declared for elementary students, particularly from the kindergarten to the elementary level. So all of these things, I think the president is not being honest to this process. That is how I think. The president is somebody who, after he spoke of waging war on drug, making officials of government to take drug tests, is supposed to be the foundation, the conveyor belt by which we as Liberians together supposed to, I would say, annihilate the issue of drug permeating our streets and our communities. But the president, if you observe the process that Anthony said, the president, as the commander-in-chief, still the head of government, who himself declared that particular agenda to be fulfilled before people take positions in government. The president himself, he ended the whole situation politically. The president ended with political jabs, and the whole thing did not have a logical conclusion. There's nobody now in this country that can tell me how that process ended. Even the issue of asset declaration, how it ended, it all ended in politics. So the president, as the head of state and head of government, needed to be sincere enough, since he waged war against drug. And he himself said he took drug tests. It's supposed to be transparent enough that everyone was going to see the result, including the vice president result, and other government officials who in fact took the drug test, and those who did not take the drug test. Make it transparent so we know who are those that took the drug test and who did not take drug tests. So it was just done halfway, and I think it was a political time buying on the part of the president and the Unity Party administration. It was not sincere enough, because what I will conclude on, I think Mr. President has lost the fight against drug, because right now he does not have the scruples, and his government officials, those that are with the authority to curb this menace, their hands are in the cookies jar allegedly. They are in fact here and there shifting blames. So it just gives the whole process that illegitimacy, and it creates doubt for any investigation coming from those people who are right now in charge, until we can have an independent forensic investigators that will come and do a transparent investigation where all of us will understand as to where we are headed, whether we made 50% or 60% in the fight against drug, and so. But as it stands, and as we are seeing it, the president needs to do more. The president will need to also make a statement, because the drug cartel members are accusing his son of receiving monies, and even his EPS director authenticated the video that is being spread around. So I don't think the president will do this process any good when he is jumping over such a conversation that should set the basis for this whole drug situation. Your son is the key name that everyone here from this drug situation. Sacking people from police, suspending people from LDA should corroborate with actions to be taken in line with your son's involvement, whether you will carry on deeper investigation to understand as to whether he's not being blackmailed or it is a fact he had received money, in fact, to release those guys who were arrested. And the people even accuse your son of trying to, in a Liberian way, we say, quass 6 tons, even though they sent 10 tons to Liberia to be harnessed here and later on transported out there to Europe. And only 4 tons were being unveiled to the public. So they are also requesting, a clue as to where is the 6 tons. So all of these conversations will need to take shape from the president's office, not to come with these, duplicitous comments and posture. I think it will not augur well for the conversation regarding all of us fight against drug. The president have to be sincere. He has to take the bull by the horn. He said there's no sacred cow. So in that case, a cross. The president's son is not above the law. He made that statement. So I am quoting him. So that his son is being accused by the people themselves. Now, one of our but the people themselves who are involved with this situation, the main people that the world want to catch, they are accusing your son. That conversation will need to be on the table. It is not about politics, Mr. President. That conversation is in twofold. One, in the interest of the country, we need to have a clue as to whether president, relatives, and friends are always peddling influence to do the kind of bad things to Liberia. That's the first thing. The next thing is the son of the president is being accused and threatened by members of a huge drug cabal from the hub of drug. It's concerning, it's dangerous.
Excellent.
It is dangerous, and there's a need that the president talk on this matter and let us have a come to Jesus conversation on this drug situation and not be scheming on it and be playing Korekaya. Otherwise, we won't have achieved anything, and the president will just be recorded in history as a failure on the fight against drug.
Excellent, excellent. I think Junkies is related to Dr. Famulé. When he get going, is just someone say the man vocabulary is top notch. But the people from Plebo, from Maryland County, going back to President Tubman, they just don't know how to talk short talk. They just, that's why they say, don't get a Gribble Man microphone and don't call him to the podium. He will eat your show. Thank you very much, guys. This is great. Oh, Lord, look who's next in line. Oh, no, Gribble Man. Jesus Christ, we in trouble. We in trouble.
We're coming from Udetabo, and we're going to GBO now.
That's right. We're going to GBO. We're going to Barrow. Listen, right. Victor, this one here looks like it looks like waving the white flag. You started with we are going to declare war on drug, and in the third year, almost in the third year, which is midterm, you say, well, let's leave that war alone, but let's go catch the guys who are drinking. So now he has declared war on drug traffickers without giving. Oh, why he did with the first?
So, welcome back. It's good to have you back. I know you were out attending to daddy duty and taking care of the twins. I spoke to Joe this afternoon, and I'm glad she's in high spirit. When a wife is happy, the husband is happy.
Oh, you're happy, man. That's it.
Yeah. So I look forward to seeing her, as you all know. And let me say hi to everyone. Junkies, as well as Anthony and Abraham, and of course our audience as well. So we expect to see you guys here. As you know, the Honorable Musa Azambede is in town. He's going to Fargo, North Dakota this weekend, and hopefully we'll meet in Philadelphia next weekend, where he is expected to headline the FAMOSA, the Federation of Mandingo People in the diaspora. So I look forward to seeing you and the wife there. And I would, always invite her. But I got to say this, the president, and I heard you talk about the Democrats and the Republicans, and we can liken him right now to the one you guys have in the White House. He went to Iran with the ostensive reason, right? The declared reason of a regime change. That was the express reason. He tried that one. It was too hot.
We changed it already. We changed the regime already.
No, what you did was...
We killed the guy who was there, so we changed him. That's it.
Right. You took us from the frying pan and put us in the fire. The guy you give us is more extreme than the guy you took away. So as far as we're concerned, that is a reversal of the declared objective. Then he said, I want too hard. So he left. He said, okay, we're not giving any nuclear weapon. He tried that. He said, no, that one too hard. He left that. And now he's on the opening of the strait because now they got him. And the guys are timing for the midterm. So coming back to Liberia, the president started with the LDE. Remember A.B. Kromah and his team, then Christopher Peters and his team, and then, we Fokwa and the team. And now A.B. Kromah is back in the government. And now we have Biago and the team. And the president is struggling on this whole fight to contain this drug epidemic. He came in, this is probably his third or fourth time, declaring zero tolerance on drugs. You remember he went for the drug test himself, tested himself, to send out the message that under his watch, there will be zero tolerance for drugs. And ever since then, he's been pussyfooting on the whole matter of arresting this situation. He seems to be out of strategies. Seems to be without one. Ever since this issue, especially the most recent one, starting from May 22nd to June 8th until now. Now there is a ship, again, we understand, on the waters. We don't know what that ship contains. Whether in fact that is the Colombians getting ready to spring, their brothers who have been detained, who were taken to South Beach in the open back pickup. We don't know that. And so
hold on a minute. Hold on. Junkie, can you mute? Junkies, can you mute? Yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So, and junkies, you gotta strip the screen. You got to screen sideways, so when you're looking at the screen, you're actually looking away from the camera. So you got to find a way to position yourself. But I'll give it back to you because I know AB is with him. But I to answer your question, I think the president is, he's groping in the dark, trying to find a strategy. But I think what is killing him is, I don't think he's without options. He has lots of options, but his problem is this drug problem on his hands is like a balloon. You put, you pump the balloon and you squeeze it. Every time you squeeze it here, it comes out the other end. That is what is confronting the president. He is wrapped in the web of insincere people, a bunch of traffickers. Almost everyone of enemies around him is coming up in this process, and that's why you were out yesterday. We had a deputy minister here. And I was kind of frustrated. I know Sarah very well. She's a decent person. So he comes on here and he comes to defend the minister's position. The minister is being maligned. According to them, is being falsely accused, but they will not go to court to clear their name. And I was just confounded. I was really completely dumbfounded. So that is what you have. I hear almost everybody from Mamaka Bay ability to everybody's name is coming up in this fight against drug. And the president has said practically nothing. He put out this one and he pulled it back. No, that one can't work. Then he pulled out the next one, he pulls it back. No, that one is not going to work. So, of course, he's giving you these sound bites, fight against, whatever it is. Nobody will be left untouched. Well, lots of people who are being announced and they have been untouched. They're all over the place walking the streets. How about you do something about those people? How about the fact that his own son's name has been mentioned? Is he not doing anything about it to clear his son's name? Doesn't that mean anything to him? So I'm really kind of confused. But it's great to be with you. Let's get a show on the road.
Excellent. Let me go to Toure. Your all of your God people. We got James. We got Abraham. I mean, God is really blessing us on this platform. We got all the godly people here. Abraham is here. Who else is bigger than our father Abraham? Abraham, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gaiman. I appreciate you, being here today, like many of my the rest of the guys on here. I think I will start by saying we who here who have been blessed with the ability to have at least more than 100 persons listening to us. I think we have a huge responsibility, and that responsibility is incumbent upon us to be very careful how we not how we, but when we are sharing our views on national issues like this. I think it is very disingenuous if my brother Junkins will come here and say the president needs to make a statement. You heard him making a statement today. He told you, as a matter of fact, the fight of the drug will not be left undone. They are still investigating. As a matter of fact, there are things that's going to be done. You have a president that said that, in spite of our political disagreements, we should give credit to what is due. He also made mention about the president's sons being involved. The drug cartel called him out. To date, we are not sure if that video was authentic in the nature of which, if it was actually drug lords or a cartel that did the video, or it was political surrogate or pundits that did the video to implicate the guy. What's his name? Joseph Boca Jr. came on air. He said he got a call at 3, I think, at night, the morning, and some people tried to call him, into some drug related issue. He didn't want to have the conversation. He ended the call. The Liberian National Police had not came to you, or the investigation or the investigating team had not came to us to say, hey, yes, indeed, this is a drug cartel that did this. Okay, but we got it on here. Oh yeah, the drug cartel did it. There's no drug cartel that I know. Why do they have Joseph Boca's picture in the background? Why do they have other poor picture in the background when they have alleged strange shots supposed to be between they and Joseph Boca and stuff like that? I think we are very responsible for what we say here, and we have to be when the government does wrong. Yeah, let's call them out. You did wrong, and call them up for it, right? When they do good, let's call them out. But we can't sit here and say, oh, his son was mentioned in the drug business. He's not saying nothing about it. Only a few people getting arrested. Gregory Koma came and said he believed that there are people in the governmental positions that are part of this drug situation. That's the lead. Let's follow that lead until Gregory Koma come back, and let's make sure that Gregory Koma can substantiate what he said as it relates to who did drug, who did not do drug. But when we have a platform like this coming on here and saying, oh, yeah, your president's son was involved in a drug, and you said allegedly about certain the president said, but you're not even saying allegedly that he was involved in the drug when there has not been any kind of soul or credible source that say, oh, yes, this video that was done is actually authentic. I think we are responsible for what we say here, and we have to be very mindful how we say it. I listened to the foreign minister today, and it says something, and I asked myself, because when I come on this platform like this, I like to, like I said from the beginning when I came here, I would want to discuss the leadership of Liberia and where it should go, because politically we may never agree politically, and let's take in mind whoever your candidate is now you're advocating for today. Today is the 6th day of August 2026. I want you to remember this conversation here. Whoever your candidate is now that you are advocating for which you don't see no good that any government does, I think this conversation, this statement will haunt you tomorrow, because I don't put my neck on the line for almost any Liberian leader, because they are all disappointed us. So what can we do as people? Let's look at a better image of the country. Let's look at a better good of the country. Then maybe through that, we start having discussion around what can we do. Minister Beslow came and said today, there are a lot of great things that government is achieving across international levels. She made a statement. She also clarified that even though that the ministry approves the diplomatic package that we all discussed yesterday, it's not a package that it bring to them and see, right? All they send them is the name of the passport of the person that's traveling and whatever comes to it, and they approve that passport. Said John Brown, yes, indeed, is a diplomat, and therefore anything he has cannot be such. He can use the diplomatic privilege. She didn't say, oh yes, they bring the package to us and we see the package and we approve it. No, that means whoever has that diplomatic package or privilege that wants to abuse it, that cannot go straight on Mrs. Beslow or the ministry. Now, if we have corrupt people within the system that are abusing the system, then let's speak to that. We cannot come here, we are gathering views. We are most time we're imposing our views on people, and we just come here and say things that are not good in the interest of the country. The reason I'm saying this, because when you go back in the history of journalism, you will realize that Rwanda war started from wrong information. Rwanda, the one we're presenting today. So it's upon us to be very factual with what we say here, how we say it, so that in all that may happen, for example, when Mr. Benedict comes on tomorrow as president, that we can also hold him to the same standard. If President George Weah is to come back, we hold him to the same standard. But we cannot say, oh, because I don't like Weah, so everything Weah did was wrong. I don't like Joseph Boca, everything Boca is doing is wrong, and this minister. If we have a particular minister that we have a problem with, then let's talk to that minister, let's call them out. For me, if they ever came to a point where I have a problem with any minister in Liberia, I will call them out. But just in closing, it is very, very good that in closing, it's good that we take responsibility of what we say here, because at the end of the day, it will hurt us, and by extension, it's going to hurt the country at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me remind you, we're not journalists, most of us. You are. I'm not a journalist. I'm a talk show panelist. I say it like I see it. So, but I get your point. Mr. Gibbons stepped away, so I'm taking over for a minute. Junkies, Anthony, I'll come to you after Junkies. Junkies' name was mentioned by Mr. Toure directly, so I'll give you 2 minutes, Junkie, 2 minutes to respond, starting now. I have a counter. It's counting down. 2 minutes.
And so I'm not bothered with what AB is saying because AB is clear. He continues to say politically we will not agree, and we are discussing politicians. The last time I checked tonight, we have not discussed any clergyman here. Neither have we discussed a mechanic. All we are discussing politicians, people who are occupying public positions. So you do not expect a Junkies Morris to come on this platform. That's why, in fact, the first thing you yourself mentioned that I said allegedly. So that is a guy. It is a guy. So what is the issue?
No, your allegation was to what you said, the president said, but you didn't bring that same allegation to what? The involvement of Jojo, right? You didn't say, oh, allegedly there's a video passing around about Jojo. You said verbatim the cartel mentioned his son in his name. That's what you said.
Mr. Toure, you just cut into Junkies' time. He's on the clock here. Please let him go. You will come back.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. My bad.
Junkies, go ahead. I'll give you 15 minutes, 15 seconds on top of that.
Yes, and so I think I thought he was playing a devil's advocate, but he's trying to give me a clue that he's doing PR for the government because his insistence on the fact that I said accuse the president's son, then it means he did not listen to the basis of this conversation. I think you just joined me. I always used allegedly all of what I said in terms of those that accuse individuals. I said that here. Honorable Nambe is listening. The callers will call and tell you. So I don't know which defense you want to pull up because I said the president is playing duplicity on the process. He has deceit. The president is not straight to us. In fact, there are names that they already know about. Up to now, we are just left in limbo, and they are just doing things like the names that have been coming up. They've been calling other names.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
When the president spoke, the president just. In fact,
thank you, Junkies. Anthony, you're up, and then Mr. Gilman, your chair is back to you.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Nangwe. I mean, it's interesting this evening. Junkies has landed on Air Brussels. I mean, and this team that's coming from the Leninist parties is I mean it's got to fight, but how be it? Like Joaquin said, there has been allegations from patriotic Liberians. Let's forget about the video that circulated on Facebook. There has been allegation from patriotic Liberians, and not just patriotic Liberians, but there has also been an allegation from the chief of police of the country, Gregory Coleman. Gregory made an allegation that within the Joseph Boakai's and Jeremiah Cohn administration, there are individuals serving in government that are supporting the trafficking of drugs in the country. That's one factor that is very concerning. And so I see where Junkie is coming from when he says the president has lost the fight against drug. Because, I mean, President Joseph Boakai, not Boakai, but President George Weah, former President George Weah, on his day of inauguration, 2018, January 22, he stood up on the SKD and said his major priority will be the fight against drug. And under his administration, 100 million worth of narcotics was discovered. 100 million worth of narcotics was discovered. I mean, when a leader say he or she wants to fight drug, something which of course we know cannot be alleviated 100%, but there should be a pace at which the fight can be, that a momentum can stand, that citizens can say, oh yes, the fight is, it's progressing. But if the IG of police, who is a top security expert in the government, can say there are people working in government who are supporting trafficking of drugs in the country, it clearly states and shows that the president will have to double up. The government will have to double up on their fight against drug, because the substance is destroying the generation. Going the graveyard now, going the streets, and you see, you will get devastated about how Liberians are becoming from this very substance that people are making millions from. They're driving luxurious cars, they live in air-conditioned houses, and their children abroad going to school while they destroy other people's future. It's concerning. It's very, very sorrowful. That's the reason why I've always said that the government will have to double up on their fight against drug. Because the IG cannot be saying that there are people working in government that, are part of this entire drug cartel, and they're not being revealed. Their names are not coming out. It's still in secret. If you want to be in secret, if the IG knows that there are people working in government that are part of the drug cartel or supporting drug trafficking, get the fights, bring them out before you state it. But if you state it, then that's where the controversy comes in. Thank you, Mr. Nangwe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We got about 20 minutes to go to our call, so we need to cover a lot of stories as we can real quick. Let me start with Anthony on this one. We're going to do two. The former finance minister, Samuel Toure, challenges Justice Minister over drug investigation and call for an independent probe. I think everybody on here, I don't think there will be anyone who would disagree that we need an independent probe. For me, I got convinced when the IG himself said that the drug was transported from wherever it was basically as a presidential escort. One police car in the front with light blazing and one police car in the back light blazing to carry the drug throughout the city streets of Monrovia to its destination. To me, that in itself is an indictment, and the police himself should have recused himself and let us bring in an independent evaluator, independent prosecutor, independent investigator from the outside to come in and let us know what's actually happening so we can get to the bottom of this. Mr. Toure, your turn.
Yeah, I think it's a great call. I can't agree with that anymore. I think for transparency, it is good that we have an independent body that comes and look into that, because you cannot be the referee and you cannot do the provoking and Yannick situation in this case, right? You cannot be the prosecutor, the witness, and everything in it, right? So I agree with that. However, though, what we're missing is that if you listen to Mrs. Bestel today, she said something specifically. She said this would not be a foreign prosecution. This would be a Liberian prosecution, unless the countries that the drugs came from or was going to have interest in the case. Then these guys will serve their time here. Then after that, they get prosecuted in other countries. But for the ones that were done in Liberia here, whoever that's involved, including the foreign nationals that may have been involved or are involved, will be held liable by Liberia law. She said that first, and she also made mention that there are people from the USDA that are in Liberia, and other people from Europe that are working on this case, on also the Moroccan authorities. So unless we, as quote unquote, talk show panelists or whatever you want to call us, can identify an independent body, and then we suggested, hey, this is what you want to bring here, But the government, we cannot. I still be very correct. For me, I don't know about you, but for me, I've never had any position in government before. I don't know the inner workings of government. Well, I have, but not like I don't know the Liberian government before. I work in the U.S. government here, but I don't know, and it's just local government, right? But I don't know the inner workings of even the department that I worked in. I don't know exactly what's all happening there. So sometimes when the heads are doing investigation, that's some investigation we never know about, right? So Mrs. Madam Foreign Minister said today that they are working with other international investigators on this case. Now, if that is not enough, then yes, let's identify who could be the independent or quote unquote independent body that we need specifically, and say, hey, these are 5 independent institutions that we've seen. We recommend you can take one of them and let them come on board, and hopefully the government can afford, because calling independent and investigators, they're not free. There's money you're going to pay them. Some hundreds of thousands of dollars, some millions of dollars, depending on what the cases they're investigating, right? So I think they are out to a good pie per what she said, unless what the minister said today is not true. But if there are DEA from the US, if there are American authorities, and even guys from the EU that are working on this case alongside Liberian investigators, then I think they're doing the right thing as it is, right? And I agree there should be a form of independence, right? So to what you're saying, if I should add any further, Gregor Coma should just be sitting back now when it comes to this investigation, not necessarily have to give us police director job, but he can sit back from this investigation. He can be answering questions to things that he knows about, and putting people in the right way or in the right direction to do what he's supposed to do, which I want to believe that's what they're doing internally. But I'm not sure. I cannot speak with Gregor Coma. I'm not Gregor Coma spokesperson. But yes, I agree that there should be an independent form of investigation where those guys who are coming from outside, who knows how to investigate stuff like this, the Gregor Coma is giving the answers and working with those that are indicted. But the fact that the government have indicted some people, they put indicted now very regular people. The guy from the NSA was not a regular guy. It was like second or third in command. It's not a regular guy. So yes, when Gregor Coma made his section or claimed that people in high position government were part of the drugs thing, he was not wrong. And you saw indictment, you saw dismissal, right? So if there are certain things that we want them to do, government will never work on our time. Never. I don't see where in which country government work on the people time. Government work based on, some government work based on what's happening now, the dangers around it, and what dangers does it pose to the community today, tomorrow, and time to come. So I think I'll rest it for now, but that's just my thought on that.
Okay, let me push back a little bit here. In Liberia, and anything between the international community and Liberia, if the American citizens involved, that trial America would never allow its citizens to be tried in a foreign country. I will give you an example. When Madam Cockrum, the former airport director, was indicted for corruption, Ellen summoned to have her tried in Liberia. She fled to the United States, and the American government said that the system in Liberia could not try its citizens. So here we are. Let me go to Victor. Victor, real quick. Mr. Toure is saying that we should stand with our foreign minister to say that everything should be tried in Liberia. If these people are foreign nationals, right, and the international people do not trust our justice system, why are we saying, if we have nothing to hide, we say, fine, go try them in another country where this drug was actually heading. Let's do it. We got nothing to hide. Let them come and stand trial. Why we are insisting?
Yeah, I mean, that is that. Why? But more than that, where have we proven that we have the capacity to do anything about this? I mean, almost all of the people who are being accused, I mean, if it's honest enough, you'll tell me, maybe 10 or 15% of those are incarcerated or are being arrested. I mean, when we start with Michael Brown all the way down all the way here, it's a catch and go. Everybody has fled. To me, that is a demonstration of incompetence and incapability to handle this matter. It's very clear this government doesn't have the capacity, or is unwilling, or both. So the call that we should do here locally, yeah, of course, you want to do it here locally and do the yama you do here. so that those who are being accused, you can find a way, and mago in and let them go. And if that is the motivation, I think it's wrong. But if we just go on the merits of this current investigation, I think it's clear that this government does not have the capacity to handle this matter. Excuse me, Jerome, I gotta take this.
Okay. I'm waiting. Red CMC mail. That must have been sign. Say mango.
You see how this man picking fight with my political leader. Musa Belaja, wherever you are, there's a gentleman here who is, I won't want to call his name, but he's aligned with Joseph Boakai.
No, stop. Musa is my big brother. The point thing is, Musa is my big brother. Right?
Listen, we don't know you. I know all his children. I know his nephew. I know his cousin.
We're not biological.
We disown you. We don't know you, Abraham. We don't.
My man, but Turel, Musa has been it. I stay in that.
I say we disown you. We don't know you. But Tony. We got a few minutes here before we go to the line here. These people, every time they got into trouble, right? This is why some of us were also upset with Ellen Johnson saying, you bring all these people that are citizens in the United States, bring here, when they steal our money, they commit crime, they loot. So you chase them to go to America and tell the American government the judicial system in Liberia is not stable, is not trustworthy. Then the U.S. State Department come up with a country report and they say the judicial system is incapacitated. So then how can we now say here, well, we want to try the folks in this country? To me, it makes no sense. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Gimel. I would like to start by saying the first thing we need to do is, as Liberian, is to respect our justice system ourselves before seeking respect from another country. Mr. Gimel, you've been following so many controversies surrounding court ruling, court indictments, court proceedings, and you've seen how our very own Liberian disrespect the court's proceeding. So how then do we expect another country to say, oh, the justice system in Liberia is credible?
Yeah, Tony, give me an example.
An example is the impasse that the House of Representatives.
Okay.
That's one clear example. The Supreme Court did an interpreted the law of Liberia. According to the Liberian Constitution, there are three separate branches of government, but they also work in coordination. When there is a disagreement from one branch and there is a need that the other, provide clarity for to the action that is being applied, there where the coordination comes in. But our own Liberian are always caught in the web of disrespecting the court proceeding. We feel that, the justice system in Liberia is not credible, even as Liberian. So if Liberians who think that the justice system in their own country is not credible, how then would we be demanding or commanding respect from another country to our justice system? That's one thing. Another thing is, I think there should be a revisitation to our foreign policy. Liberia's foreign policy needs to be revisited, because if you will have a foreigner, someone that is not a citizen of a country, goes, a clear example, Mr. Gimel, when a Liberian creates or commits a crime in the USA, the first thing that happens is that person is arrested by the USA police in whatever state they're in. The next thing is, if that crime is a felony crime or whatsoever type of crime, that person is forwarded to court in the USA. So if the United States of America has the right and the authority to try, foreign citizens in their country, what's so different, from their citizens So they're clearly telling us, Mr. Gibbon, that one citizen in the USA is being valued than the entire Liberian justice system. One citizen of the United States of America is being valued by the USA and their government than the entire justice system in the country, than the entire Supreme Court. And that is unfair. So, I mean, even though we're seeking foreign collaborations, we're seeking foreign partnership, and we're also seeking to build, strengthen our foreign collaboration with other countries. But, Mr. Gibbon, there should be some boundaries. You can make friendship, but in that friendship, there can be a boundary. Tell the friendship, don't cross the boundary. If you cross it, this is going to be the consequences that follows it. So it's very important, it's very crucial that the country visit its foreign policy. That should entail that if a citizen from the USA commits a crime in Liberia, that person committed a crime, that USA, that person should face the justice system in Liberia.
Let me tell you what is wrong, Anthony. You asked the question, you just give a sequence of events that occur here when a crime is committed. The person is what? They are charged, they are arrested, they are sent to court. That is the sequence. Tell me in Liberia here, how many people have been arrested, how many people have been sent to court?
So Mr. Nangwe, that was what I said from the onset. That's what you said from the start.
That's what you said. You said if a crime is committed here, let's say a Liberian in the States, right? They are charged, they are arrested, they're sent to court. Those are your very words. My problem
I made two statements. I think you were on the call first. My first statement was, if our own Liberian, who call themselves Liberian, cannot respect the justice system, how then do they expect another country to respect theirs?
Yeah, and that is the problem there. Look, I am just as nationalistic as you are, my brother. I love my country. Don't get me wrong. I love Liberia, and I'll be the first to tell you anybody is trying to dump on Liberia. But I'll be honest with you. If you have a system in Liberia that is being compromised day in, day out, what is the respect that you want me to give to that system? You know, if the system is delivering results, yes, I mean, I will join you, and I'll be the second behind you, calling for respect for our sovereignty. But you look at this whole thing since it broke, since June 22nd to, May 22nd to now, and you tell me, if you think there's anything that looks like justice or transparency happening in this process, you tell me that. If you tell me that we're handling this matter like we're supposed to, then I would say you're right. Nobody else should interfere in the way we're dealing with this matter. But pretty much everybody of consequence who has been mentioned in this thing is still walking around. It's either in the country or has left the country. I mean, tell me I'm lying.
Right. You're right, Mr. Nangwe. You're very right. That's my point. That's my same track. And when you hear me talking about visiting our foreign policy, it's clearly comes from the background that the justice system in our country should be respected by our own Liberians before commanding respect for another country. So if we now start to respect the law that we created, the law that we say govern our country, then we can start to command the same respect for other country. You know, to respect our own system. So that's just my point. And I think government coming in, government going out to try to put that on track, to try to make that correct. And the executive should stop influencing the justice system. The legislature should stop influencing the judicial system, because it will interest you to know, Mr. Nangwe, one lawmaker will just sit down to a horse and just gets angry. Because somebody talked to him anyhow, and you call one policeman to go put that man in jail. And there will be no question for the police officer. There will be no question, and that person will get handcuffed, placed behind bars for no reason. And that's unfair.
Yeah. So yeah, again, look, I get your point, but let's be honest here, right? We got, let's take the recent incident. The deputy prison superintendent, Jackson, I believe that's his name. What has happened over the past couple of days? He was found giving his cell phone to the people in detention. You think that is something that happens here commonly in any country? So the system is there, but we are not allowing the system to work. We keep circumventing this. If we allow the system to work like it should, I don't think anybody will be calling for international intervention. But we've demonstrated time and again that we are unwilling to let the system work. This man, it has been reported he left his cell phone with these people for 3 days. 3 days. And these are people who are being accused and are in detention and given access to the international world. These people are in jail and still coordinating, whatever activity we're doing on the outside. That is a problem. That is a problem. And these are some of the things we're talking about that are permeating, that my friend Junkies use the word permeating, that are permeating our society and plaguing the system. This is why we think if we want the system to work like it should in this particular instance, we think we should invite international help.
Let me go to Junkies. We want to go to the line here. We got 2 minutes. In our jurisprudence, I'm not talking about Liberia because Liberia, everything we have is on paper, but not in reality. In these United States, they say when you are arrested, the admonition to remain silent. That whatever you say could be used against you in a court of law. They advise you to get your attorney, your lawyer. But if you so choose to speak, whatever you say will be used against you in a court of law. So let's take 2 things here. The first was the deputy director of DEA that was hired by President Joseph Yuma Boakai. I think his last name was GEE or so. He said that the drug cartel have permeated, infiltrated our entire system. He said the judiciary was involved, the executive was involved, the legislature was involved, and prominent families in Liberia were involved. He was fired the next day. The police chief said that the drug in the cartel had infiltrated the Liberian system, that people in very high office, higher office were involved. These are all self-indictment. And to put a cherry on the cake, Charles Taylor murder or was responsible for the murder of almost some people say from 250 to 500,000 Liberians. And they decided not to try him in the Liberian court of law. Instead, they tried him in an international court, not for crimes committed in Liberia, but crimes committed in Sierra Leone.
That's exactly why they didn't charge him in Liberia.
There you go. So this may tell the international community that our justice system is not reliable. So then why would this minister, this foreign minister insist that we try these people? We tried the 100 million, Mr. Touré, we tried the 100 million people, $100 million drug in Liberia. And in 1 week, the people are out of there walking and waving to us.
But the timeline given is not adding up, though. The international
no, we're not talking about timeline. We are talking about sequences and events.
But it's not adding up because they didn't charge Taylor in Liberia because the crime for which they held Taylor was not things that happened in Liberia, was something that happened outside Liberia.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That was not because our justice system was weak.
No, but listen, why didn't you think? Did you think we could have made that case that listen, this man committed a crime? We also need him to be charged in addition. Now you got him, try him for both crimes, even if he served them in this country concurrently. Okay, you could do that, but they didn't do that. But let's stick with the 2 in self-indictment, where Mr. C said that the cartel had infiltrated the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, and prominent families in the country. The police chief says that this thing here is higher than regular folk, is way up there. These are self-indictments, self-incrimination. Junkie, we got to go to the line here. You got 2 minutes now, so we can go. At least have 22 minutes for a call. I know our audience is willing to call.
Yeah, and so then AB is just proving a contradiction coming from the Minister of Foreign Affairs that I think you people have not taken cognizance of. The fact that he said, I am not quoting the foreign minister directly. I'm quoting AB what he said here tonight. The foreign minister said this investigation will be Liberia's investigation. Later on,
I did not say that. I did not say that. That's not true.
Okay, what did you say?
What I said specifically, I said this. The minister said the government of Liberia is working with Morocco. They are working with the European countries, and also they are investigating Liberia. But this case will be a Liberia case to try in Liberia. We're not going to try them outside. That's what I said. Specifically, that's what I said.
Okay.
Yes, but the call had been for independent investigators to come in. Since
they have it, they do have it, but we haven't seen it.
Listen, an independent prosecutor will listen.
Okay. So is the DA not independent?
Are you Minister Jeremic Pia?
No, my thing is we have the responsibility. No, I'm not Mr. Pia. We have the responsibility to say the truth here. That's the only part we have here. We can't
You've been given the opportunity to express, and you are interrupting me. So how do you expect the public
my bad.
an understanding from what I have to say? So I'm saying we are calling on international independent investigators to come and investigate this matter. We have not said here in any day that this matter should be taken from Liberia in disrespect to our jurisprudence, to carry it to America or carry it to China for investigation. That's not what we are saying. We are saying those in charge of this investigation have been allegedly compromised. That in essence, under expediency administratively, they should recuse themselves. It's not simple to call for. I don't think there should be any defensive for that the Minister of Foreign Affairs will be saying, this case will be investigated here, but you are still calling for international partners to help you in the investigation. What is the difference from what we are calling for? If you are calling Swedish people to come and help you with the investigation. So we are now saying this case should be taken from our jurisprudence and carry out there. We are only calling for people who are not involved or who are outside and have expertise when it comes to these kinds of serious investigations to come and take part so that we have the facts. That's what we are saying.
Did you by chance watch the press conference today at the Ministry of
I do not care about it, the press conference. What I care about is the reality, and the reality here. Yeah, let me conclude. The reality here is the minister should not be saying that Liberia's own investigation will investigate it. Then it brings.
She did not say that. She never said that.
Okay, 1 minute, guys. Junkie, 1 minute. I'm on the State Department, not State Department. I'm on the FBI website, and I just put in, it says that an independent prosecutor, investigator in the United States is an outside lawyer or law firm appointed to look into potentially charges with someone with a crime when a regular law enforcement agency has a conflict of interest. So, Mr. Toure, will you agree that there is a conflict of interest in this case, in the drug case?
There has been a conflict of interest from the beginning.
Okay, so then we
the conflict of interest is individual. No. The conflict of interest was not a national conflict of interest. It was.
What do you mean?
No, it was selfish.
But listen.
You're not saying anything to us to convince us.
Toure, if the NSA has some of her employee up to the director, deputy director is involved. Two of the top level people are involved. To me, that agency doesn't have any rights.
I asked a basic question just now, and Junkies.
I'm saying this now. We agreed that the NSA is conflicted. They shouldn't investigate themselves.
The police, the intelligence department of the police
itself
is also lingering.
The police director said one of his members accepted bribe. So we know that. So it would behoove us to bring in somebody. But let's go to the phone. We got 20. We now go over our time. We got 18 minutes.
Yes, sure.
Let's go to the phone because we told you, we told you, Mr. Toure, we promise we're not going to go beyond their time because let's go. So don't eat our show here, man.
Yeah, that you owe that too.
Yeah, because time you want to fly out as it, Mr. Gimme, my time is up. I gotta go. No, you want to drop no bomb and go. Let it hear.
No problem. We go to the lines quickly, and we take our course here on the closing argument, and we are live here on Freedom FM 87.9. Call us on those numbers 10776 104 104 0886 500 104. And Diaspora callers can call us on our WhatsApp line +231 886 500 104. This caller on line 1. Victoria Bar, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Quickly, we don't have any time.
Thank you very much. Talking more in the family. I think not go to the justice minister that have press coverage on data or shooting fast and fishing people. I want to ask the justice minister when the police answer is that one of you that is still government official. Because when you come with no English, I don't minister, I don't know English. Still government official. Then when he's speaking, what he must say, when the next is catching your still government official, then he says you must start free to start kissing people. No, justice minister, let me tell you, okay, what is in the cooking jar? Who will be a kissing you, you're not relative. Everything I go on in the country, I say, the government, and you're bringing the cooking, the country to damage our children. When you're going to do your vocal, you're going to damage our children, you're going to rescue justice minister. Every day will be a kissing. Say the investigation is still official. That in the government about it,
Thank you. We'll leave it there and go to line 2. Hello, your name and where are you joining the closing argument from?
How are you, Johnny?
By God's grace, I'm gathered here, and the team is okay.
Okay, the team, member of the team, we to so the name remains Mr. Riaz and Jeremiah, but popularly call him Mr. Riaz. So, me and Mr. Warren, I always saying that this thing is to bury the water so that the path on the water to the house. That's why this government are doing. Why is this the man in question, the police director in question? He said clearly somebody took 10,000. They are passing to 10,000 and they gave 2,000 to the customer to the 10,000. The man for corruption. And the man who did this is still around. He's still there. And he's saying investigate. Who is going to investigate? Do you think it's the first time they're happening? I know they're happening. Other people. They're happening to other people. But for this matter, maybe about it. Someone say, no, I will tell you a complaint. Now what happening? So those people that you investigate, they knew we're not going nowhere because they don't want for other people to be exposed. You see that law minutes, that physical thing, just thinking, common logic. How can somebody go and share money with you for the doors you defend? They share money with you for
Okay, we'll leave you there. We'll leave you there and take this call. This is an overseas call. Your name and where are you doing the closing argument from?
Yeah, my name is Ishmael calling from Minnesota. Yeah, I'm calling you to tell you guys that the whole drug business is a government issue. The government has those drugs. And since Liberia being in existence, after budget go on to $1.2 billion before? No. And Liberia very
but don't you think considering time value for money could also be some of the reasons why
Yeah.
we are experiencing these, increment.
Yeah, before you get a budget increment, you have to have a revenue increment. If you don't know, you have to have a revenue increment. And to have a revenue increment, you have to
But the
put
budget
in
is projected on the anticipated revenue.
on the revenue.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, on the revenue. So it's projected on the revenue. And in your projection, do you have $1.2 billion revenue projected?
Okay, so we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there and go to this other call. Your name and where are you joining us from? Dwindle the volume of your monitor.
Hello?
Hello, welcome quickly.
Hello. Brother, my name is Pedro Bangura.
Go ahead, Bangura.
Yeah, Liberia needs some independence again because in the sense that the National American talking so they can carry in Guinea or Sierra Leone. I can be independent, so therapy in my home, it can be the cow they hold the rope. So any issue in Liberia get no maker there, get judiciary people there. They can't see you transfer. What is that going to happen in my country? What is that going to try inspect a court until God take a life? Well, you can see the country is not happy. They are not America take a decision. For one now, you know, all I get to see you.
Okay, we see you. We see you and take this other caller on line 3. Your name and where are you joining the closing argument from?
I'm Amos G.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask you, what are you calling for? Some of you calling for independent investigation. Are the independent investigators arresting people? Or our own people arresting people? Actually, like I asked you calling for independent investigators.
So how will you be asking me when you are around and you know that those people, they band together, they knew that some of them were implicated in this drug situation, they were tight-lipped, they were taciturn. Until we journalists, listen and listen. Until we started exposing them. Okay. Then we'll leave you there and go to this line. Hello, your name and where are you joining us from? Hello? Oh, that caller slipped from the line. We leave you there and go back to line 1. Hello?
Hello?
Go ahead, quickly.
Yeah, my name is Brian Cole from the borough of Liquidtown. Just playing, the game that they are playing is not necessary. And one side is that, in the interest of transparency, I think it would be necessary that all security apparatus have individual senior officers then involved in this case. They should not take charge of the investigation process here. There's a need that we bring in international partners for transparency. Because in the past government had problems with the $25 billion that was infused into the economy.
Yeah, this other call. Your name and where are you joining us from? Let's stick to the topic. Hello, your name and where are you joining us from? No time. Quickly.
Jockey, I'm doing this is my sister. I'm calling from Carrollton.
Welcome and go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
In the diaspora. No.
Hello? Oh, Mansisi? Hello?
Yeah, how are you?
Go ahead quickly. 15 seconds. No time.
Yeah, this is I think there's a need for independent investigator to come in this matter.
Okay.
Because the president associated our thing with this thing, and even the president that is suspended all the things from the RI, that our information is working out of jail. Ordinary person would have been at all in jail. minister and the government are involved with this drug issue, they need to fire him. They should not fire him. They should attend it and ask him to leave those people. So that's my case.
Okay, thank you, and we'll leave you there. And take this other caller back on line 1. Hello? Yeah, Masisi, you got muted. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is that man, they are calling Komali investigation.
Okay. Masisi said the police director should leave the investigation. And so, Mr. Game,
Yes.
maybe you can go ahead. Any call you could squeeze it in for an exception.
Great. Let me welcome Cyril Dopo. Ms. Cyril Dopo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. I want to say hi to everyone. Hi to our callers and also to our folks in the comment section. Great conversation. Been following the show. So yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, we will go to line 1 because I have a caller here.
Okay.
Welcome. Go ahead. You have 20 seconds. No time.
Yeah, you want me to
Hey, Frankie. 20 seconds.
Let the government want to do the investigation. Let international community come and do the investigation because we don't trust the government. Because the government has made the country to be a pandemic of drugs today. Drugs are taking over our country. People, our young brothers and sisters are dying from drugs. So let us leave the investigation. We don't trust them. Thank you.
We don't trust them. Those are the words from Liberians. Back to you, Mr. Gilman, for control.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Ibrahim Toure. Listen, I'm promoting him to Burkina Faso. Ibrahim Toure. No, he is not that radical. But he is the host of...
That's actually my ancestral relative, though.
Okay. He is the host of Straight Talk Liberia. Real quick before we go, Abraham, you know, we had one hand watches the other. You're helping us out. You're bringing a lot of knowledge. You do everything else. You have your own talk show called Straight Talk. Talk to us briefly, because listen, man, one hand watches the other. What is Straight Talk? When does it come on? And what is your audience?
So I actually do Straight Talk on a pre-recorded, so I don't do live. I do. Okay. I have my guests, for example. I've done a couple of interviews. I got like 3 interviews. I'm still in editing. I'm editing. I'm going to put them all later on. But my first guest was Musa Berde. We had a very strong conversation. And then I also have interviewed Clarence Monimba, working on other names that I will not call right now. But it's a pre-recorded show that comes on. It's on Facebook. Look at it and see a lot of questioning, and you'll see. But before I call my attention, I was just want to reiterate that I think sometimes when we don't have much information on certain things, we tend to, give information that's not true. A lot of Liberians still believe today that Ellen Kokum was not charged because you can't charge an American citizen in Liberia. That's categorically wrong.
No, she was charged. She was indicted.
She was not tried in Liberia because you can't, right? And then you say, oh, the government of Liberia wrote to be sent back. American government denied that.
I have my last call here. This caller, your name and where are you joining us from?
I'm calling from Boma Bridge.
Go ahead quickly, no time. Hurry up, go ahead.
My concern about the church. So my brother, the whole thing was just on there. This understand the security in the country. So now why do we come? They want to get on to say, the sleeping was going to attend security, they came to dress people. So then what then we think about dress? So any man we go down and dress, they all stay our dress.
Oh God, this country. Honorable Gamer.
So, yes. Yeah, so it's not like the Liberian government requested Ellie and then they said, oh, she couldn't be tried in Liberia. That's not the story. The story behind Ellie, Liberia and America, they have the agreement that okay, yes, they can do extradition. They're part of extradition clause, that one person can extradite another person for a crime. But the way extradition law works is that before America sends that person to be tried back in their country, it's called a dual criminality. That means whatever you're accusing him or her for should be a crime also in America. The whole thing about the economic sabotage, that is not a known crime in Liberia. I mean, in America, penal code. It's not a known crime, right? So America is not going to give concession to you because something that you just have, but they don't have that. For example, if it was trafficking of maybe illicit drugs, human trafficking, sex trafficking, yes, it's known in America as a law here, as a law in Liberia. Then yes, they will say, based on this, he violated this law. But if you just have one law in your place, say Megan were hater in Liberia, and then in America put were hater, and you want to indict that person for that law, it does not work. So American government did not deny Ellen Crocombe for being tried because she was an American citizen. She denied it because she didn't fit the category of extradition. That's the reason why she was denied. She got subsequently arrested for PPE loan, or PPP loan in in America, and she got arrested. She pled guilty to that charge in America, right? After she changed her name, right? So that's the facts about that. So next time, at least we're going from here. Let's know that she was not denied process being sent to Liberia because she's an American citizen. She was denied because she didn't fit the international category, and I just want to make that clear. And then somebody want to say something?
Yeah, I'll do.
Okay, I'll listen.
And I want you to let's take that dual criminality scenario that you just painted and just oppose that on what is happening now. You take the drugs from South America, you bring it through Liberia and send it to Europe and America.
Okay.
You're now also committing crime by infiltrating the people's land with drugs.
Who's asking to be extradited for the criminal to be extradited?
Who's asking?
Yeah, who's asking them for to be extradited? Nobody's asking them to be extradited. Liberia has seen as a law, it's a violation in their country, so Liberia is holding them and be charged by Liberia law. So Liberia, nobody's asking them to say, oh, you're taking from Liberia. And even at that, they have to do their time in Liberia if they're found guilty before they can even go back over there. They're not going to override that.
Correct. And that is the problem. If the process is impregnated with irregularities, and you can almost practically predate the outcome of the drug, why do you want to wait?
Nah, that would not be a scholarly infer, in this case, because you cannot go and say, oh yeah, we can already predict what's going to happen. You cannot go in the battle already feeling defeated.
I think I got to leave you people.
Let me say, hang on, Jay. Oh, you got to leave now?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, so it was nice being here. We'll be here tomorrow. And to our listening audience, tomorrow we will be hosting on the closing argument, Honorable Simeon Fremont, the political leader of the Movement for Progressive Change, that's MPC. And we'll be here tomorrow the same time, same stations, and same social media platforms. Keep following. My name is Junkies Morris, and it was nice being here tonight. Evie, may I see you, man? I debate you on bro.
Junkies, before you leave, Junkies, I just wanted to say I really admire your performance on the Freedom FM show. I really enjoy your interaction with the people. I just wanted to give you that pat on the shoulder. Keep it up.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let me, Junkie.
Let me learn quickly with my brother.
One minute I come because before Junkie leaves, I was just able to pull up the software. So the United States did not extradite Ellen Crocombe to Liberia primarily because of her status as an American citizen, 1. 2, coupled with gaps in the bilateral tradition treaty and concerns over Liberian judicial system trial procedure. That is just what we said here. So it is not because they have
it's not what you said. That's not what you said. There are a lot of facts around the case of which they have before.
I just told you American citizens do not extradite people in a country where the judicial system is not fair.
No, that's no.
So I'm going.
Okay, guys.
Continue from
there.
Let's go very well. It's time for our folks in the Freedom Network. Thank you very much for tuning in. Keep sharing your Your comment, look, Mr. Gaiman, Toure is a partisan. Oh, come on now. The man has to have his own opinion. I know people call me partisan. We call you partisan. We call Victor partisan. We call Sarah partisan. Yes, he has the right to be partisan. And
me, my partisan is not hitting.
That's right. That's right. Now you can accuse him and Tommy George. Tommy George said he has no partisan. I mean, he has no partisan. He is not partisan, but we know he's a fan of CDC.
My gloves are off.
Yeah, he got his membership in CDC. He paid his due in CDC. He hangs out with George Weah, but he still says he's not a CDC because he says he's neutral. So, Tommy George, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. You are a citizen. You are a partisan of CDC. I don't care what you say.
The man not a partisan. Stop it.
Yeah, okay, undercover. Toure.
We say it's undercover. That's different here.
We chewing the bone. We chewing the bone of management here because one of them don't want to come out clean and say, or if I order them, when you know,
the day to be honest, the day I found a party in Liberia that has a vision, not just to win an election, but a vision for improving Liberia, I promise you, I will never hold back to declare my intention. I promise you.
Well, guess what? You will never join a political party.
Exactly. You know, that's that.
You will never.
But Mr. Victor was saying something when
Victor, go ahead for your line.
Victor, yeah.
You're muted, sir.
What I was saying is the last part of what Jerome read concerns about our legal, our capacity, to deliver justice. And you talk about, this will not be, scholarly. I get your point, but look, scholars depend on precedents, right? If you look to our judicial system, relative to the investigation of this drug infiltration in our country, from the former government time to now, we've been found incapable of delivering justice, and that's a problem. When it comes to this narcotics, where there is so much cash floating all over the place, our people are susceptible to bribe, and this is the concern of all of us and the international community. Why? Because the outcome here will affect what happens to the drug market in Europe and in America, and it's a problem. So, when you sit here and say, we're making conjecture, we're not, our argument is not scholarly based. I don't know if there's any other thing that can be more supportive of an argument than actual fact precedent that you can point to. This happened yesterday, and it happened the day before yesterday, and it is happening now. These are the concerns.
It's just like you're saying a black man walk in the store and stole something. Maybe 5 black men went and walked in the store and stole something, right? So and then I said another black man come, you just assume okay because 5 black men just came here and stole something.
No, it's that the second black man has he walking through the door already. Look, enough time has been given to the government to prove his capacity to investigate this matter. They have been incapable.
But let me give you a low example, right? I'm not going to call the person.
So you're giving a black man example. All right, let's go to the next example.
let me give you an example, right? I'm not going to call the victim name, right?
To the Lebanese man example, go ahead.
Example.
My ex-father-in-law, right? He was shot and killed in North Carolina, Charlotte, right? He was shot and killed. Do you know how long it took for that case to get over with? He was shot in 2017 and killed in 2017. They had a suspect.
We say your father-in-law?
My ex-wife, her stepfather.
And did they arrest you?
Jerome, I mean, look.
I didn't fit the description.
It's just a joke because I want to kill my father-in-law too, but
my man, be careful. Listen, but my point is that case, right? It dragged.
This is how I know that he's in the basement. He's nowhere near where my sister will hear him talk the way he's talking.
Listen, but at the end of the day, do you know how long it took for that case to get over with? And it was happened in 2017. That case got the suspect got sentenced in 2023. So I'm saying this to say that legal process work best outside of our emotions. It works best outside of politics. It works best when we all have the same lens. Most of the time, when we listen to opposition leaders, we listen to them to respond and critique to bring another narrative that fits whatever party of the opposition we're supporting. And that is not nationalistic. That takes away from the common good of the nation. Because I tell you no lie, this drug situation that's happening in Liberia, it is not a Buckeye thing. It's not a Weir thing. It is not a Salif thing. It's not a Taylor thing. It is a global concern. It is a global concern. So when we cannot come together as nations to say, you know what, we may have disagreed on politics, we may have disagreed on this one, but you know, when it comes to this thing is wrong, and we come have a general consensus on how it should be done or what's going around, and give investigators time to do it, then we're not doing what we are doing disservice to our country. The American government is not in this case, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs told you today that there are people from the American DEA, people from Europe, from Morocco that are working on this case. But I say you're independent. What much more independence do you need?
Listen, let's talk about the scholarly thing that you're talking about. You have watched debate at Oxford, at Harvard, at Columbia. You have watched all of those. Don't they take?
Don't forget, on Fender Campus at LU, the one we watched too.
Yes. Don't scholars disagree on the same topic from a different perspective?
But that's the essence of even the legal system. The lawyers disagree the same thing.
So then why would you accuse us for not being scholarly? Listen. When our debate style is the direct antithesis to your thoughts and beliefs.
Right.
No. First of all, I didn't outright say what you're saying. It's not scholarly. I said that wouldn't be. I said that wouldn't be. I use words. I'm very careful. I choose my words when I use it. I said that wouldn't be scholarly. That's what I said.
Of course.
So I didn't say, what you're saying is not scholarly. I said, that is to say, if we should use, I'm saying to say,
what I wanted you to do, and before you land, right, I want you to give me a scholarly narrative to support what is happening relative to this road drug incident.
No. You're not going to come here and I was discussing the trend you were trying to go at. You said, but I've been proving that it don't happen. So that means we don't expect no. So I'm not going to sit here and say, no. I'm saying that we cannot say, this is not going to happen. Man, I know that man. I know that begin, man.
But you do know there's one thing that is dependent on president, right? The judicial system, right? You know that.
But
it is predominantly dependent.
Okay, guys, let me go to Sarah now. Your guys
I'm coming, please, before you go. It's predominantly dependent on presidents. However, president is a two-edged sword. For example, right? There's no president like bro law that say, and when a jury has acquitted a guy, he can go free. But Liberia can create a new president today, say, and when we find out that there's no attempt, with the dancing free, we can still bring it back. So president is a two-edged sword. It doesn't mean, because we're not doing it wrong or right.
No, president is based on settled matter. When the case is settled, I'm not talking about what is happening now with
Victor, I think to just prove our point that the system in Liberia is unusual and it doesn't make sense. Sarah,
Renee,
in America, it happens though.
Okay, Sarah. Let's go to this. We're talking about Samuel Tuer, right? Samuel Tuer is on the other scholarly side of the topic here. He says for this thing to make sense and have the people, the Liberian people, to actually give confidence and credence to this government, it would behoove them to bring in an independent either prosecutor or investigator who will transparently say these are the facts. And then Liberia can run with it. Anything other than that, to him, it would be unacceptable.
I agree with him. I mean, somebody can call me Palestine all they want, but I agree 100% because our government time immemorial have refused or have failed to investigate, these kind of cases independently. They have failed. We saw the $100 million drug case under the Weir government. We saw other, drug cases in previous government, and those corporates were let go. So with this level of drugs that is in our country, There's level of drugs that 2 times the size of maybe previous government, 2 times the size. And we have government officials that have been allegedly implicated in aiding and abetting these drugs to come in our country. And what do you expect? You think these people are going to investigate this matter independently? No. We need independent investigations to get to the bottom of it. If President Bouaka is really serious, according to his surrogates, that he's serious about fighting drugs, we need an independent investigator or investigators to come and investigate this matter so that we can get to the bottom of it and eradicate the cartels. Because these cartels are sitting down to LDEA, they are sitting down at NSA, they are sitting down at the police station. They are there. They are entrenched in the government. And it's not unique to this government alone. It is unique to past governments. These guys are there. Regime after regime, they are just sitting there. They have their network. So if we have an independent investigator that will come, they might not completely get rid of them, but we'll get to know, we'll get to see for ourselves what's going on, and if possible, get rid of the cartel in itself. So I agree that our government cannot investigate this problem. They cannot. Their hands are tied. They got people in the government that are implicated. We talk about the alleged implication of the first son, Joseph Bouaka. Gregory talking about senior government officials. Now Martin Colley is talking about the LDEA boss. So what are we going to get from this if our own people investigate it? They're just going to be carrying us in circles. They're going to be carrying us in circles, pretending that they're doing something, getting rid of the kekelede, and the mean corporates are sitting down there in positions and trying to continue to cover up. And Twa is right. He himself is a victim of the system. He went through a process. He had jurors that were acquitted him. Government won't want to go back after him and say, oh no, people were tampered with. But meanwhile, they had a case with Abdullahi Kamara, who supports them, who was also acquitted. And nobody talking about the jurors being tampered with. What do we do? Is this a system that you can trust? No. Like somebody said on the show, the system is dead. But our government failed to let the system work because they tamper with it. So if that is the case, then our system is not credible. So we need independent investigators. I totally agree with him. Thank you.
Victor, I think what is actually troubling this government, we have had drugs in Liberia from Tubman days, right? It got worse as we move on. The only mistake was that when they were holding the previous administration, said, they were bringing drugs in the country and that they were going to eradicate drugs, they were going to fight drugs. I think that is the only sin. But have they said in the previous government, listen, this is a national issue, it's an international issue, let us fight it together. No. But it made it sound, it made it a political issue. So it's coming back to, I think that's their sin. And it's a
that's correct. And when you hear people like Sarah Dopo and Isaac Doe say they came to power on lies, this is what they're talking about. The index or measure of their performance is their own pronouncement against the previous government. They said things that this government did that they were coming. That's why they came to rescue us, right? Exactly. From a bumbling, an incompetent government, and they were supposed to do better. What have they done? They've gone south. They've done worse than this government did. I mean, 520 kilograms compared to 3,000 kilograms. I mean, you tell me, you do the math and tell me we just better. So that is the problem we have. They promised us so much and they came in here and they're doing the opposite. This is not going to go away, and I'm here to tell my brother here, I understand, he's telling us to push for neutrality and wait and all of that. I get it, but it is difficult to be that way because of all the stuff that is emerging. And what is happening? This government is mum. They're not saying a thing. Gregor comes on, he promises and promises. How many times has Gregor not told us there are higher ups involved in this? Where are the higher ups? When are they going to arrest them? You were here with me yesterday. The deputy minister came in here. You have an allegation levied against your minister of property, the minister of foreign affairs, and you're telling them, we're not going to go to court. What? And these are some things that are confusing us. And like I said, I know Sarah is a decent. Sarah has worked for the UN for a very long time. She has established a record of performance and credibility. You know, I think a lot of people.
But the government was for her record. This government
Absolutely,
was
and so you would depend on people when they were But I'm here to inform you that the first football game is on TV tonight. Football is here.
Okay.
Let me say this, right? Let me say this, right?
Real quick before you, I want you to preface on this. I think the honest thing, which is, you know, like I say in politics, the over-promise, and then when you look at the budget, you look at
and that term doesn't even fit them to say the over-promise, under-delivering. No, it's only delivering and under-delivering that different. They're not delivering jack.
Jack,
man, come on now.
Come on now, what?
They're not delivering jack.
When you accuse,
beat my chest and say, Jack.
When you
walking in the footsteps of other people.
When you accuse a sitting president as importing drugs, he importing kush, and you are coming to make sure that you eradicate this, and then something like this happens. I mean, to me, they are only saying the over-promising this, that listen, not only was it a national, international problem, but we made it president. We have problem. It was an upper trust they put around his neck that he was actually responsible. He will bring the drug in the country.
And some Kogan said it. Kogan said that's the reason why we thought we are out of power, because we said he brought kush. Now there's one going to the university PhD level.
You see. Liberia, and this goes again across all aisles, right? Liberia, we have selective intolerance, right? And this is goal for CDC, United Party, everybody. We have selective intolerance. So if it happens to you, I don't like it. But if it happens to me, I say, I shouldn't talk about it. And that's the thing we have, right? Now, this situation of the drug thing, to be honest, if you look at it, I'm not there. But if you look at it, just like somebody who has in like bro, called it racing, right? They got a wound or racing on the skin. You can see a load whole way. You see like it's kind of bruised, but the whole arm is going that racing, right? So it's just that you're seeing that low people, but then you have to sometimes you have to brush that whole thing up in some other place, open that place, take that the bacteria out. Then you see that before you actually get fixed. And I think that's what's happening. This whole thing about like drug thing, in my opinion, in my observation, I think we are only seeing the huge quantity because while we have a government that is trying to at least fight against that. I want to rest assure you, if we did not have a government that at least has put up those checkpoints to check for these things, we would not be having this discussion today. We'll be discussing why the bridge. Dynamic things we can talk about. We're not talking about what's the start of the bridge the overhead bridge. We
have government in the past that did that.
So my thing is right. My thing is this. The reason why we are discussing this is because somebody worked their butt off to make sure that those guys who are doing the thing got brought to the spotlight. And those very few that did that, we owe them thank you, we owe them gratitude. The ones that say, you know what, Liberia will not be known as a narco state. When you bring it, we're going to arrest it, we're going to prosecute, we owe them that. And I don't want, like I said, the first day I came on the show, we cannot rush investigation. It's called investigation for a reason. Okay, we have to invest our time in it and follow all leads before we get to what we want to get at. You don't want a Samuel 12 like case where the government did not do our own due diligence, then they set him free. Now they say, oh no, come back here. No, this is a high profile case. These are high profile criminals we're talking about here. They have the money to buy almost any jury system. So if that is what we're doing here, we cannot rush this guy into any investigation that will make them to bring evidence that might not be admissible in court.
Okay,
let's take our time about this.
We got a video. We got a video coming up. Guys, please play the video. Look at it real quick.
Let's go. Let's go. I got it. Go ahead. I got it.
Guys.
Liberia is a funny country.
Listen.
Wait, what kind of Mr. Kevin, I got a quick question. What are both going?
But why y'all laughing though?
Anthony.
What are both going?
Oh, let's go. Let's go. I got it. Don't worry.
Don't forgive me.
Anthony, what you think going on there?
So what's the essence of the video though?
We're talking about the drug fighting, right? Few months ago, the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency called a news conference to show them how prepared they are for the eventuality of if they have to go and seize a boat or go on a boat, they can go and track them down. That's the same thing they got there. So now that the drug people, they say the drug people have been parked there for a month, right, on Cape Mount. So we were supposed to go and board a ship and arrest the folks. And all of a sudden they said that boat cannot reach.
Wait,
that over there, that inner tube, that inflatable. So, John, let me tell you why. That inner tube and that what the Colombian are going to be, that what keep here the regular say you ready, waiting for the food. He said when they come, we're ready.
Wait, you guys are aware that you guys are aware even the Marine Coast guys use that as well.
Somebody, George. Our NSA guy, the EPS guy, Sam Gacy, tell the Colombian we are ready. We were ready. So the people said the boat was disabled for a month. Y'all go there and get it. People, they said the boat
that's in video somewhere. They said they get you get 12 bags of sachet. You share the water.
Totally. Look, the fun get any like bro. The guy said the boat got away. That you know how heavy the ship go like 1 mile an hour. They keep going and they said the ship got away. What kind of stuff is this? I know Sam Gay is your friend, but this way they passed.
That boat can run more than the ship.
Yeah, but the ship got away from that thing. Chocolate Joe talk. What's going on like?
And then the men on the inner tube said they're scared. They stay too far away. The plane didn't go too deep.
Yeah, man. You know, I call you. It's good to be on.
Oh my god! Wow.
Was it to go to Costa? Having some birthday?
Yeah, birthday. But I didn't ask him for Costa.
We're on way, but then they don't want people.
And then deflecting. You must tell me, I'm going to you talking about Costa.
Oh, I mean, but the thing is this though.
Today,
birthday too.
Oh, yeah, today I want today my nephew Hector. We are in Costa today. All of them.
Okay, happy birthday to all the guys.
Yeah. Look, in fact, let me announce we have a fact-finding mission on this vessel. We send a fact-finding mission tomorrow to check on this vessel, but they are going quietly. We're going to investigate this vessel issue.
Do you guys know where the vessel is at right now?
They're gonna find it. They're gonna. Look, let me say this.
Somebody texted me, tell me this. Whoever is sending the Manaha result list.
They will find it. They will find the ship.
You know. First, let me address something. You know, during the election, we were in our closing argument war room. We were calling our numbers there. So the UP people now they think they want to distract from the investigation or they drop. They get our clip of video them what we're talking. That we are winning and all kind of stuff. So they playing it around. And they think I told them, I said, that one a history 2023 now pass. You're in power, you're governing now.
They won't confuse the Liberian people.
Then my own sister Fatima said, you're ashamed. I said I ashamed because right now my country is in the news for drug business. I'm the issue right now. That thing not pass. And we regret it. Oh, everybody took the side 2023. Everybody took the side. Your instant used to be with was supporting CDC one low. When time again got sanctioned, he flipped. He went and supporting your all went there, and then they were supporting. And today now, they're cussing the guy. The guy gave information on your cussing him. Then you'll say why. So you'll be confused. But look, let me say this. The issue of the drug issue is something that we affecting all of us. We should not look at it as we shouldn't be politics with the drug issue. It's a serious thing. And I heard President Boaga issue a strong statement to that. Statement was strong, but President Boaga, you said that you would okay. That's why everybody calling for now independent investigators. Because look, if your security forces are being accused and they feel they are compromised, so the best thing you can do, like what President we did when the issue of 19 million $16 billion issue came about, they pressured him. He brought in the Crow people. The American people came to investigate. The government paid for that investigation. They paid, and they came to find out whether we had took $16 billion and carried to the house. They came to find out. They investigated it. The people get their findings, and President we took action. The central bank governor was removed. They put new banking regulations in place and everything. And in fact, just before she resigned as deputy governor, Madam Yimade Pearson, I went to Liberia April of 2024. She took a whole day. She said to me, I stayed in my office. She told the people, you carry money to the vault. And to get to the vault at the central bank, she said, because your manager will say, standards will say that we take I take the money, I put it in my car, I get a warehouse. But go see how to get to the vault. And I went there for myself. And to be frank with you, the deputy governor of the governor, they don't have access to the vault at all. You gotta go through different persons and different key codes, different buttons. So they don't have the code for that vault. So you see for yourself. When I finally got to the vault, where all the commercial banks in Liberia have their reserves to, and I saw all the money, our country money. I went to that place. I said, wow. So the US dollar, the Liberian dollars, the mutilated and dollars. I saw everything. So to try to show you how difficult it is to get to the vault, when people say we put the money, put it in the car and carry the warehouse. You see for yourself. That's why I got to find out. So the thing is that people, it's an issue. It's not a small case. And so I've been in the game for many years. When I was in Nigeria, we went for our university's program, the ISEC program. I got to know Sam Gay. At the time, he was with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, who assigned Nigeria. So he has a vast experience in the drug issue. And I'm happy that the U.S. people and the Moroccans are on the ground helping with the investigation. But I think it's about time that the Liberian government turn it over to these people so that they can so that the public can be satisfied that everything is transparent. Because, for instance, like make an example, the president's son, he and I spoke last one Monday, Jojo. When I told him, I said, Jojo, this statement you release is not enough. You either go, I said, you folks come on my platform. You go on any platform, but call a press conference, address it, or send your people to go and to talk about this statement you made. Because your statement created more questions and the answers, After I sent another message again, when I go look, they say the person no longer on WhatsApp. So, oh yeah, I got it. Hey, my fool me. This person is no longer on WhatsApp. So he left WhatsApp or he blocked me. I don't know, but he said no longer. I think I remember, but he said no longer on WhatsApp. So I don't know why. So all I think, when you try getting there, do not kind of stop people start raising concern. But the issue right now for the transparency, for credibility of the investigation, integrity, the government of Liberia, I don't think they should handle it. But right now, I found out today that NSA, the one I gave you, sent on the information. People are sneaking to them. Information that in the investigation, they're giving it to them. The president said, we'll give closing argument. I said, well, you might not be authentic at all. You might be right. You don't give all information that don't give all lies at all. I won't come and spew misinformation on this platform. So if you give me information that is accurate, we'll verify it, we'll say it. Because the president said, there's something we can't say, but you guys in America, you guys can say it because some of us, we're depending on these very people in the Gilwale issue. Then we can talk it, but we'll get to y'all can say it. I said, trust me, everybody over there, they are okay. They depend on nobody's pocket for anything, so they can say it. So that they want to get information out. And there are more to come because the whole thing, it all started recently. It started during the early administration, this drug issue. And it continued, and there's nobody who will tell me that nobody in the highest echelon of security apparatus or the government, they are unaware about this issue. You saw the documentary about Guinea-Bissau. The drug cartel made sure that the 3 coups in Guinea-Bissau and in Guinea, they were true corner daddies. Because when they found out that you're standing in the way, as a government, they get rid of you. They empower people to get rid of you so that they can carry on the mission. It's a transnational syndicate that people are doing. The drug is the people dealing with not for Liberia market. We don't have money for that drug, for the drug. The money just to use us as a hub to take it from there and then they carry forward to the European market. So if the president said they will find it, they will go after it. I applaud the president. But Mr. President, take a step forward. For instance, this man who owned this, who is alleged to own this vessel, Mike Kuyaga, the job at the airport was given to him through your son influence to that job. And you and your son, they are close, they are friendly. So tell me now, I mean, there's no reason. Look, you can't say, and you person moving together all the time. You know that the person will be doing no, impossible. You know, like for instance, when that person say, oh, you're on spoon. You don't know what happened over there. I can tell you, when on spoon, when you go to Stanton office or school in Delaware, you have no idea anything was happening. It was well organized. They have people, they have students going there, white people teaching to the school. Everybody had a laptop. It was set up. You have no idea anything of that nature was taking place. You don't have an idea. Students were coming. So when people says you keep on, they will catch you one day. I say, as far as concerned, I have nothing to say. I will tell you, I believe what you're saying because I think the man is running a legitimate program because I've seen it. I see people teaching it to students. Students go there and they are in class. So everything nothing is looking fake there. So seeing where this thing happening, those who are friendly with this guy cannot tell me that they have no idea what he was doing, engaged in.
But that's a contradiction though. You're saying that you went there. Whatever Stanton was doing, looking legit, and you were a friend at the time. Yeah. So does that mean that you knew what he was doing was criminal?
No, because nothing criminal there. I saw him.
Exactly. So somebody will also be doing drugs too, and you're afraid you don't know what they're doing drugs. It was really that same thing you said.
So, tell me now. If the person not working, get it clear now.
Okay.
If someone not working, you have no business. Nothing going on. Okay. So the person is driving flashy car. They're looking everything. So you what do you think?
Okay, so why I say that other day when we said on the show here when the guy from one of the apparatus in Liberia said, if you see a friend who not been to notice that driving flashy car is worth looking to, why did you guys say, oh, it was wrong for you to have said that?
No, I never said that.
Robert said it. You backed it. Exactly. And Mr. German said it, and you backed it.
But no, I not back it though. But let me say something, Mr. Dre. There have been sometimes, like I give example, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first when I see a friend or somebody I'm moving with, I see a person really everything is looking on top of things. First I ask you, my man, where the hustle? Where hustle? I want to know where your speed because I gotta see it first. Like I won't again.
Why are you trying to say you learned from Stanton's situation?
Why? No, I don't know. Like for instance, right? Mm-hmm. Like my friend, the guy was my friend too. Best man who they arrested. You're my friend.
So why you always a rock criminal friend? Then? I'm like just giving you.
My friend, you were around Jojo. So
yeah, man. What's up with you?
No, but the thing is that. But listen now, the minute some of you will tell certain people, you get a tip. And when you get a tip, and mind you, when somebody give you a little tip, then a second say, you start breaking. Because if I hang with you and somebody give me a little tip, say, my man, XYZ. The first thing you want to do, you want to make sure that you check around and make sure it's okay. When you find out that thing is not, you realize that what person saying is true, then you start playing your leg, check. Yes. But then but if they catch you and you go and join them in the act two, then I mean you're stupid because you were advised and you still went there. You see? So I'm not being involved in any criminal thing before, so I'm happy for that. But if you're my friend and I notice that you somehow do certain things, I got a hint or I will take my step. So the reality is that the problem is that with this drug issue, I repeat, the Liberian government, I believe they are unable to solve it. They need to really call for international help.
I don't listen, right? It could be, yes, I could agree to understand that they're unable to solve it, but I don't think they are generally unable to solve it. I think President Braga is not taking the hard step, right? For example, like everybody's saying here, Mr. Police Director, you're so close to this thing here. My man, we're not firing you yet, leave from here. You're not part of the investigation no more. Let's bring somebody else in that will come and take over. I think that is a way we can go because the government can solve this problem by firing people. Just by firing, just the fact that you're not doing, that you're underperforming. Like, why would you have to get in certain league? You can do it by firing people. But again, if you fire a man like, for example, Gregory Como, you fire a man like Gregory Como, he got some information that he thinks that can lead to somewhere. You fire him, he's still mute. You have no direct link to him doing drug business. How will you get the information that he has if he's very innocent? He might not even help you to do the investigation. You're fired him, right? So this thing is they have different working parts into it. Right? It takes time. That's all I'm saying. You can fire Gregory today and say, man, you fired. But he been on the investigation for the time it started. Now he got more information that could lead to certain things. Maybe you're almost there. But he fired him, man. They may say, you know, you fired me on the problem. You have to figure it out by yourself. How do you get there? You know what I mean? So it's a lot of moving parts to the whole drug thing, you know, and I think, you know, in spite of the drug thing, let's give praise to what praise is due. If they're doing good, they're doing good. The president just give reassurance to Liberian people that, hey, nobody's going to go untouched. He said, we'll see you, we'll catch you. So that alone, that in of itself, Mr. Number once said, the president's not talking. You know, you're not showing leadership, not talking. He spoke today, right? So we got that. He spoke today. Mr. Jerome Given said he was not speaking. He spoke today. So we're going somewhere. They're not talking, y'all want, they may be talking.
Well, I know our friend Martin Colley said you're gonna break the news, right?
Yes.
I just posted what he said on his page. Now we gotta verify, we gotta investigate too. He wrote lengthy information about the whole thing. But the thing is that the problem I got is that they keep the low hanging fruit I put in and like I said, if I knew the big hanging fruit, I would call it name.
I don't think it's necessarily low hanging fruit though.
Brian, I will call the person name.
I want to believe that it's not necessarily low hanging fruits. I want to believe.
In the chat room, read the story where he put that.
I read that story. And he gave this. I didn't get the one with Biaco's picture. I posted it earlier, right? With Biaco's picture, where he alleging that the drug cartel to Mr. Y bought car for Biaco, also bought car for his wife, and now the car is no longer in the building after he made a post. They're taking the car from there, and blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. I read that, right? But my thing is, I don't necessarily think it's low hanging fruits in general. I think, you know, most Liberian officials, right? It can be proven, right? When for example, someone who live here or get some connection to the president, when they get government position, when they are the head of entities, when they go there, they don't submerge themselves with the locals or the regular guys. If they're not there, certain thing can happen. If they manage to sign this thing or get on the project, if not, the same thing can happen, right? So they create that bottleneck. So because of that, most of their subordinates run circles around. Most of them. It could be the deputies or the assistants. They run circles around it because you know why? Oh, the minister, yeah, so we're going to do the one. Oh, want to do the one, minister, people the one. Everything's the minister. That in of itself creates what my sister tell people call single point of failure. Because if she's not here today to do certain thing, or he's not here to do certain thing, nothing is getting done. Then the country is stagnant. So when you have an environment where your subordinates don't feel like they are engaged, they have free access to you, or they can do certain things, that's where you see someone making some decision They can use their own office to make certain decisions. That's why you see maybe the guy from NSA, the deputy director, maybe that probably could have been one of the reasons. Doesn't necessarily mean that his boss actually was in on this. That's why you see a man like Biago allegedly could do certain things like this because he doesn't think maybe Gregory will refer him. Allegedly, Gregory referring to DA. Gregory is not there, whatever it is, so he can do his own thing. So I don't think it's low-hanging fruit as saying, oh, they're trying to satisfy these guys. No, I think they themselves initially knowingly took these actions, because they felt they could get away with it. For example, one question was really asking Gregory Como and the other guys. You said that one police car in from one police car behind. Who was the one? Who was in the middle? Who was that dignitary in the middle? That's what we want to know. If there was one police, if you can identify the police car in front, then the police car behind, what were they escorting? Were they escorting a camel? Were they escorting a hearse? Were they escorting a donkey? Or was it another vehicle?
We're calling for the independent investigation because
Right.
they will not be able to tell us.
So these are questions needed.
Now, this is the time for the political actors, the civil society, all the pressure group now, to get together and say, look, and demand. Look, this is why you're right. Demand, Mr. President, even take a march of protest and say, look, we demand that this drug issue be done by an independent investigator. Even if you call it international investigator, you can set up a commission, an independent board, a group. You appoint people from the cross-sectional society. You get Councillor Gonglo, people then who that. I mean, you can be Gonglo, but I just see her name. But get people of independent mind, people who that they are non-partisan. You get them who even if they're partisan, they don't show it. But get people from different works, especially society. You get them and appoint and say, look, I give you guys 3 months or 90 days to submit to my office investigation. If the president won't be sincere in it, because if the public is saying that they don't have confidence in some of your security folks that are investigating this drug issue, listen to the people crying and then settle here. So now it's a time for our lawmakers who represent the people to say, look, you should stop the talking now. Say, Mr. President, I think the best thing to do now is set up an independent inquiry for the drug issue. The guys on ex-security officials who are trained, invite them and set it up, let them investigate. Then wherever they chase for, they will go for it. But if they can't do it, people will continue to speculate that they are hiding, they're cheating people. So I think that the best thing to do right now, instead of talking too much, the person be on the president now to set up an independent body. You don't have to necessarily be foreigners. They got librarians that can do it. They got librarians who are trained people can do it. They can get to the bottom of it, get the resources, and they'll submit a report to you.
Yeah, but Tommy, let's be honest here. Come to Martin Colley and everybody else, like you say, people are now piling on. It's just a matter of time. We've been talking about the police chief, according to Martin Colley. These two people, the police department, LDE and NSA, have been infiltrated, and they are naming names. The LDA acting boss, the Liberian National Police. What else do you need to say, you know what? Look, the credibility of our nation is on the line. It would behoove us to just bring someone here, let it chip for wherever they may. If we don't want to try the case in Europe or in America, okay, let them come here and do the investigation transparently. Let them show it out and let us take it from there. But when you're the guy who is in charge of security, I mean, the NSA, when you look at the budgetary of the budget, and something that I saw that was strange was that every agency in Liberia has an intelligence budget. Every agency, every ministry has a line item for intelligence. I saw this and I said, how is this possible? That a ministry...
Did you actually listen to the foreign minister today?
No.
Then you doing her disservice though.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the police director. I'm talking about the NSA. I'm talking about all of these people that have been directly implicated, not by international people, but by the investigator themselves, including people who were here defending this administration, including Martin Colley himself.
Yeah, but the minister specifically told us today that the government is not going to be ran on Facebook. and emphatically show she's right. Not because if Martin Colley come and post something up. Don't get me wrong, I respect Martin Colley. I don't know the guy. I've not spoken to him before, right? He has helped Liberia in his advocacy in a lot of ways that some of we cannot even measure, right? But I respect him of that. But he's not a person who will do that. You don't. His suggestions can be.
Not to cut you off, I'm talking about the admission of the police chief himself, right. and the NSA director.
So was he wrong? Was he wrong?
Sam Gay said that yes, his man has been implicated and infiltrated. The police director said the same thing. Why else do you want to know that this government is threatening the wrong way?
Does it not tell you that they're doing their job for the fact that they can acknowledge that their men were infiltrated?
And that's exactly the point. We just don't want acknowledgement. We need responsibility. The right thing to do.
That's not
the right thing to do is to refuse. But if I come to you and say, okay, I was not part of the, I was part of the rape. Okay, that took place, which is a crime, but I will not recuse myself because I have admitted. Let me go to Victor here. I'm talking about the letter, Victor. We are talking about the logical conclusion of this guy's thought process, right? Because they have admitted. That means, according to him, to some degree, means that they are transparent enough that an impartial and independent investigation is not warranted. It doesn't jive to me at all. Victor?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I have made known here my belief and my desire to be patriotic. I support my government, but I also have to be realistic to point out why I think there are concerns about this government's ability to deliver justice in this particular instance. The majority of the decision makers in this story are all implicated. The majority, I mean, from the IG down, and now we're talking about, maybe the foreign minister may have a part to play in this, and now we're talking about, maybe the president's son. So when you take the totality of all of these and you put them together, I think it is not. I don't think it is unpatriotic for those of us who are saying, you know what? Yes, we think we should now give the space to an independent international body to come and help us. So that argument, yes, my brother here said, we're making the argument from the political lens. A lot of us. We are speaking devoid of politics, but I will tell him the party which I'm associated with, the CMC, which we've issued more than 3 documents. Our very first document was to admonish all of us to take politics out of this and rally around the government. We gave them time. And then we came out again and told the government, look, we're becoming impatient. You're not saying or doing anything about this, And then the last one, we told them that we were going to come out on September 5th. And then, of course, they release, these names. And so we're watching to see where this is going. And based on that, we decided we'll put on hold our protest action, but we are not canceling it.
What happened to your protest, though?
It's on the you get try and read my page here. Don't be asking me things that are already finished publishing.
No, God.
We are suspending.
Ask question again.
We are suspending our protest action, and we're giving the government the time that we think is necessary, for them to do the investment.
Okay.
Y'all took the man. Why y'all took the man out?
Yeah, you see that's
so I got a chime in.
The NSA people doing that. Go ahead, Sarah.
Why people have problem with people asking for independent investigation? Why? What's the problem?
But you have the independent investigation, but you're not acknowledging it. You have it, but you're not acknowledging it.
Halloween coming, scare people.
You have the independent investigation, but you are not acknowledging it. You have
DEA where is the independent investigation?
You have DEA working with the guys. You have
DEA is compromised. There you go.
I'm talking about the USDA though.
We say if
so is the USDA compromised now?
Where's the proof that the USDA is there?
Man, come on,
Mr. There you go. You always talk about facts.
Let me
tell us
the chat room.
Tell us the fact. Give us the fact. Give us
I'm gonna need you to mute your phone. Go in the chat room. Listen to Mrs. Beslow.
No. I know. We tired listening to you. Post the information. The agreement.
Well, Mr. President,
this is what we are saying. These people have no credibility. We don't trust them, so they can
where is the USDA? Where are they?
When they arrive in the country, how many of them and what are their jobs?
Beslow is an incredible voice globally. It's not even Liberia.
Not to me.
But you guys still have the reasoning. So
this is the same woman who certified that there was some scholarship scheme in Ghana that was going to take thousands of Liberian students. It turned around that it was also fraudulent. So what are you talking about?
You'll stop.
Ture. Excuse me, Ture was one of those students. Abraham Ture was one of those students on a scholarship to Ghana. You want to be North Carolina.
You give me the feel like you don't have you don't understand the inner workings of government or administration. And Mr. Goodman, you are a leader. You are a successful businessman.
Go ahead, tell us.
Things,
listen, I know when they start pressing you, they come and hit you below the belt. Go ahead.
Nobody pressing me. I don't want. The thing about it though, know Ture better. Ask him that know me. I'm very confident in my skin. I'm very opinionated.
We didn't say you are that.
I stick to what I believe in.
We didn't say you are that.
For example, if Madam Beslow came into the assessment on the contrary, I'll be the first person calling her out.
Okay.
I just believe in certain things. I believe in that, and that's my nature. Right. My point is this woman is a credible voice. This is a voice that is respected internationally. She has spoken to places.
Not here.
She has spoken at places
that you lied to us before. She lied to us before.
Hold on. She has spoken at places that you and may never have the chance to ever
I understand that, right? But she lied to us before.
No, listen. My point I'm trying to make to you is government works in such a way that, right? Most government, they sign things because why? Most of the things presidents sign, there are things that they are signed by briefing. You had to spend the good things on Mr. Minister, Madam Minister, this law school. Oh yes, have you done due diligence? Yes, you sign off on it. Unfortunately, in the theory of responding superior, the head takes the blame, but it doesn't necessarily mean she lied to you. There's a difference between lie. No, we gotta understand lie. There's a difference between lie and right and being misleading, right? So my point is, lie is when you intentionally, knowingly. Lie is when you intentionally knowing that this is a scam and you go over ahead and say, "Oh, it's good." That's a lie.
Anthony.
Right?
Mr.
I'm not going to sit here and say,
you're gonna have a lot of wrinkle on your face before 2029.
I've been like this since growing up. So
no, you got no wrinkle. I said before 2029, you're gonna have a lot of wrinkle.
It's good of God are taking me. You know, my point I'm trying to make, here.
God keeping you.
Exactly, God minding me. So my point I'm trying to make here is this, right? My point I'm trying to make here is
but don't you think she was about to do her own due diligence before signing off?
Thank you.
My sister, let me ask you, with all due respect, have you been a minister before?
2 minutes, what you say? Listen, guys, get 2 minutes. Let's get 2 minutes with me.
She didn't sound have to be.
Huh?
You can keep it as a false thing. They wanted to sound no document of that.
Right. So the thing is,
but you said she signed.
No. You said no. That's not what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you that she worked with people. Most things that are done, they are done on briefing at that level. Right. So for me, I've not been a minister before. Like my sister Sarah, I've not been a minister before, right? But I've been able to be. I have supervised before. I have been in charge before, and when I'm in charge.
Some of the things are common sense. You don't have to be in a position first.
See, my friend, common sense is not always common. Not everybody common sense. Because common sense will tell you that if you want to bring common sense theory here, they won't tell you that American TA is working with them, the Morocco investigator working with them, the European working with them, but you say no, they were international. So that's usually common sense that they're independent as well.
Where are they? Have you
see
seen
them?
them with their own
Okay.
Have you seen
guys,
the NSA minister before in person?
Let's move to the next topic. Let me start with Tomlin.
Let's start back to my sister.
The MPC chairman, Simeon Freeman, says the only major investment that Boyka-led government has ever brought into the country is $370 million drug, and he will be here tomorrow. These people are now they are not hiding anymore. They are coming out in the open and daring the president because of the way he handled it. This thing is not going away. It's been around for 90 days now.
Well, it's good that Mr. Freeman is coming tomorrow. I know I contacted him before we were on Spawn, and then we went like bro. He invited us, but then we didn't honor it. But it's good he's coming here. So Mr. Freeman is known for making these loud criticism of the government. Like he said, the executive mansion, his president will be turned to a museum. He said that he only have, I think, seven ministries. These are questions tomorrow. Who will be around? Oh, I travel tomorrow, but I know by the time I get to where my destination, I know the show will be on. I'll still be part of the show. So we hope to engage in tomorrow. Look forward. So right now, I will keep my comments for him until tomorrow. We can engage him because he got a lot to answer tomorrow when he comes to the closing argument.
Well, Honorable Nangwe, when I started the show, I think my monologue was very clear. Anyone who says we don't want white guys, so elect me, that's not what we want to hear. We want to hear, why should we replace you with Joseph Boakai? What they say you want to do, what are your policy on foreign affairs, education, healthcare, not only the policy about who's going to do it, how you're going to do it, when you're going to do it, where you're going to get the money to do this. All of these are questions that those who want to replace Joseph Boakai should answer, not just, well, he's a bad president, get rid of me and put me there. So tomorrow when Honorable Simeon comes tomorrow, who is also a presidential candidate in waiting, is it fair for us to hold him to those or to those standards?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying when Mr. Cummings appeared here the other day. You were not here, and I said, yeah, when they come in here, I think we should also, it's an opportunity for them to expound on what it is that they are proposing to do for our people. I've listened to Mr. Freeman on a number of occasions. He has quite some very out-of-the-box ideas. You know, he's been putting them out there, you know, for instance, convert the executive mansion to a five-star hotel or something like that, you know. He has said quite a number of things. So yeah, I think we should grill him on some of these proposals and how he intends, you know, to put them forward. I think he's one of those who is not short on proposals on how to better government and all of that. You know, you're right. And we're not just a walkout. It's not sufficient. It's the same argument the Democrats were making here. Just not being Trump is not sufficient. You got to put forth, you know, why is it that people should prefer you to Boakai. So yeah, I look forward to the opportunity tomorrow to host Mr. Freeman. I kind of like him, you know. I follow him on social media, and I get alerts on some of his proposals. You know, I think he's a pretty he's pretty fascinating guy, and probably a fresh breath, I would say, of air from the usual, you know, talking points.
Who's a bullshit?
Listen, Eddie, the same question here to you. You know, 11 because I'm not Joseph Boakai. We should stop, like I say, massaging people's ego and just go straight to the point, because these are questions you ask everybody else. What are you going to do with healthcare, education, utilities, and all of these things? Not what you're going to do, how you're going to, and how are you going to get the money to fund it when we have less than $1 billion as our budget, and you need $5 billion to actually do these things. How are they going to do it better than what is being done now? Isn't that fair?
I think Mr. Freeman is going to come here tomorrow, and then hopefully I'm on the show tomorrow to listen to him.
No, not hopefully. We know you will be here.
Yeah, but I mean, man propose, God disposes, right? So, so hopefully I'm on the show tomorrow to maybe ask him some questions I may have. And one thing I want to make clear, I wouldn't want to sit here I would not want to be like an SME on every topic we have here, because I'm not. You know, I'm not a subject matter expert on everything here. I would say things. Most things I'm saying here are my opinion and my views, but Simon Freeman needs to come and tell us like exactly how he's gonna do things differently and what makes him different from other people. I think it's when he said he would change the executive mansion and make it out of a hotel. I think that was very disrespectful, and I think he didn't take the economy of Liberia into consideration. You don't know who's going to sleep in the hotels. Well, how many the hotels we have in Liberia right now? Are they telling the other capacity? Who are those going to sleep in the hotel? What brings people to make people sleep in hotel? Right? It's traffic. You have people coming in the country a lot. You know, your airport to fly Liberia is expensive. It's one of the most expensive destinations that I know of. Almost like leaving from here going to Asia, depending on where Asia you go, right? So who's coming to? What's the traffic of people you have come to the country? If you're to denigrate a national symbol for a mere hotel in comparison to that, how much is it going to be per night? Who's going to pay for that? What's the electricity you have to maintain that? So when people are politically charged, they sometimes just disrespect national artifacts. You know, that is a historic thing that we should. Why you can talk about why you can talk about demolishing the famous Duga Hotel and erect something else there, right? Why you can talk about that? Why you can talk about demolishing the Hotel Africa and do something else there? Because Simon Freeman, I could be wrong. The last time I checked was on Benson Street with DSTV, and I was a subcontractor at DSTV at the time when I was there. You know, what we did some promotion for him when I was working at Sky FM at the time. You know, it's just been that he stayed in that building for years. How did that building transform? What did he do at that building? How? Yes, he created a job here and there. Do you know how many people complain about things at that place when they're working there? I worked there. You know, the first Big Brother Africa when it came to Liberia, most of the phones were distributed, you know, at the Simon's place. What has been the change, the economic change besides that? The DSTV we have today is overpriced. If you want to change Liberia, you can help them. What has been your approach to pricing Liberia? Looking at the economy that fucking have for. We're still paying $35, $31 for DSTV and it go by package and stages. So when you want to make all these things claiming, you know, causing just real government, and then Joseph Boakai government, other people, you know, I like him. He's a big brother. He has succeeded personally in his own self, and I think there's a knowledge that we all, or a person like me, can pretty much learn from. But when it comes to the nation or national image, you don't come and denigrate a country that you want to serve. That mansion is our artifact, it's our national symbol. Why we want to destroy it? Why? To what reason? How? What's the influence of people to your country? What's the traffic that you want to do it to make it turn?
So you right there, you're answering your own question. What is the traffic? The traffic will be attracted by just what you say. It's an iconic building that many people want to see. People come from far and near who may want to see what the executive mansion.
Nah, you don't do that. Nah, that projection is not.
But let me tell you this, my brother. Alex Cummings was the first who said he can grow our budget to $1 billion. There are things that he proposed that are possible. Freeman has made similar proposals, and there are things and ways the money can be generated. There are a lot of money in Liberia. There is a lot of money in Liberia. If you take Patrick Hunter generator, for instance, and multiply that by, I don't know how many people got generated in Liberia from government, but I know the government employs 70,000 people to do what? So there's a lot of money that is, a lot of fat in the government budget, and there are a lot of savings, and also we can streamline, our revenue collection system. A lot of proposals are being made. But I think it's presumptuous, to you talk about denigrate. I think you are denigrating Freeman. I hope you'll be here tomorrow to asking this question yourself. I think we're looking at Liberia as what it is, as opposed to what it could be. Like a quarterback, you're not throwing a ball where the receiver is standing. You're throwing it where they should be. You should look where Liberia is supposed to be. And this is what the CMC is taking you. What is possible over the horizon? But expand your horizon. Stop looking at what you since 1847.
No, there are other things. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not about possibilities. No, it's not. It's not about. It's not about. So when you destroy the mansion, what's the person going to be?
Well, first of all, the maintenance of that building alone, you know, for what? The maintenance of that building alone is cost prohibitive. You know, Ellen Johnson almost didn't reside in that building. It's not like the president cannot exist where they don't reside in the executive mansion. You can build something different, much cost effective, which will meet current day, you know, global warming standards and all of that. That executive mansion was built. I don't remember when, but it's been there forever. You know, it needs to be taken. It means to be taken out of government budget. Government shouldn't be supporting that. And I agree with Freeman. I think there are better things we can do with our money than supporting the executive mansion. What does that do for us? You know, we can build something.
There are a lot of other things that Mr. Freeman could do to make Liberia get money. And like any person that comes and tackle corruption, which I know is a hard thing. Let me tell you something. The money that we have in Liberia, that are in Liberia, you can realize Liberia taxpayer money if only any government that comes and just tackle corruption and make people accountable. You start to see Liberia money. You don't go and destroy a building or your mansion.
What do you mean destroy? It didn't say destroy.
No, if anything is being used out of its purpose is destroyed, it's being misused.
No, I disagree.
Anything that's being used out of its purpose is being misused.
I disagree.
I'm telling you.
Look, you'll be surprised how much money could be generated by converting that building. You'll be surprised, my dear brother. You gotta open your eyes, man. But
before you do that, Mr. Lower the price of people coming to your country first. Lower the price of the people coming to your country. That's why you're losing most money from tourists. The price to go to Liberia is high.
Why?
I had an interview with Mr. Bertha. He said, and I will talk about it. Making that airport more accessible, he did a very great description, and I respect that. When the airport is more accessible, if more flights go in there, plane ticket will be cheap.
And that's the point you're making. Exactly my point. Sell the executive mansion, convert that money, and face the road.
Anybody do that will sue them. I'm telling you right now.
You can go to court. Why make it sound like court that's one evil thing? But listen, Jerome, thank you very much.
What Fanny Sherman said, take me to the Supreme Court. I'm like a fish. Take me to the ocean. There's nothing they can do to me. That's how you say
we can go to court.
You're like, you'll have your way at the court. I promise.
Man, look at that. He just said, would you not carry anybody anywhere because would you trust the court? Now he's saying we'll have our way at the court. He's just right here. Destroy the whole whole system.
I did not destroy it.
Listen, guys, let's go to this topic here. Let me start with Chamberlain George, and we'll go to the educator here. Chamberlain, during the President Weah time, President Weah said, free Wyatt, free university for every student that passes the executive exam. And the opposition at the time, headed by Joseph Yuma Boakai, said it was unaffordable. It was a bad idea. Anything free had a negative impact on the government, on the budget. But today, the Minister of Education, Jaso Jala, said public schools will now offer free registration for schools running kindergarten K through 6. There we go again with this free that they said was a bad idea, that President Weah was wrong. Now here we go. I know they're going to say, well, that was university, but this is K through 6. This is the hypocrisy that is killing this government. When they said President Weah was bringing drug into the country, they were going to eradicate it. Then they condemned President Weah for providing free territory education for kids. And YFE, it was something that they were going to undo. Now they have not undone either one of those. And now they are adding K through 6, free registration, free everything.
Well, for me, I look at the positive thing, though. I mean, I think it's a welcome initiative, a welcome policy. We should be happy for that they are offering free education to our young people. So it will take the burdens off the parents, and will help our country's future. We have solid foundation at least. So I mean, I don't know. When the president we have brought about the free tuition at University of Liberia and also the wire fees. I mean, those who criticize it, maybe they were just playing politics or perhaps just being selfish. But I think it was the right thing he did. And then with this government bringing the free education for the young people, I think something that I will commend the Minister of Education. I will commend her highly for it. I think it deserves commendation, and we should pray that the government have the resources to support such a program. And it's expensive, but pray that they will make it happen and to help our country and our young people, because most parents struggle to send their kids to school. And we all know, all of us on this platform, we were blessed because we had the best educational foundation, for the fact that back in the days when we started school, it was things weren't like this. You have qualified teachers, people to teach you. Like for me, I always give God the glory because I started school in Firestone, and at the time I was in the international school. All my teachers were American teaching us. In fact, during our days in a staff school, you couldn't have a bachelor's degree to teach us. Imagine, from first grade level, you had a master's to teach for masters for teaching us. So we all have that very solid foundation. We're blessed, and so I pray that others can have that same opportunity. So it is commendable. I commend the Minister of Education, and I think we should speak positively about this one. And I will not play politics with it. I will encourage it and be positive with it. But if they criticize President Weah, they were wrong, and I think they weren't being fair. But I don't even know whether they are continuing to pay the wise fee. I don't know whether they continue. I don't know whether it's continue. I don't know where to find out, but it is commendable. I commend this initiative.
Ture, before I go to the educator here, it's the same thing I was talking earlier, right? The only thing President Boyka committed in the drug thing was accusing President Weah of being the drug kingpin, importing drug. He will eradicate it, knowing we all know that it's an international transatlantic trade. Since he limited, narrowed to just Liberia and George Weah, now they are having a terrible time making the case that this is transnational, right? So here we are with the education. We all agree from before you were born, when we were kids, Prince Nico from Nigeria, he and Sonny Okonso, they led the fight for education to be free, K through 12. If their thing is, if Africa gets nothing back from its natural resources, just do us that favor. Give us free education K through 12. If you do that, we'll be fine. So this fight has been going on for a long time. And now President Weah took the top. President Boyka is taking the bottom. This should be a slam dunk. The problem here, the twofold problem, and the educator will come in. First of all, it's a good thing. We all have to commend it, and we all should. The reason they are having problem now is because they have condemned it already, that free. The second point there is the educators that I have talked to, including what we do here, going to school and making school free is not the issue. The problem there is, can the parent afford to send the kids to school, especially parents who sending their kids to be breadwinners? The economy is bad. There's no job. There's nothing. So these kids are selling. They're doing all of these things for some families. Some family who are blind, they rely on their children to take them to beg and all of that. So some folks are saying K through 6, as good as it is, we should address simultaneously the underlying issue of poverty and abject poverty. You are muted.
So I think there are stages in this thing, right? Let's look at the first stage, right? First of all, we want to look at there are 3 stages in this thing. When the Weah-led administration announced free schools in Liberia, it was legal on paper that was free school. But in actuality, schools were still charging. The government herself did not
still charging.
Did not hold this bill to make sure that this didn't happen, right? Another thing happened was there was no enforcement mechanism, right? That okay, well, we say no free school, there's no charging. You know, there's like no whistleblower. If they charge you, come to us. You know, we'll let us. We'll see who charge you and we'll take precaution on that. There was nothing like that. The funding was inconsistent. The government ourselves were not giving funding. So the three major things that were happening during the President Weah time, right? That caused outrage. But before I go any further, right? So in other words, the government had a very ambitious plan, which was very good, but because of low monitoring and what people kind of check and balances, this plan didn't yield the fruit it needed. So students started protesting because students were not getting paid, government not giving them money, so it became a problem. But before we go any further, have you ever heard about something called the Excel Project?
Yes.
Okay. So the Excel Project, for those of you who don't know, is a donor, you know, like pretty much a grant project where they help, you know, schools, you know, for the in Liberia case, they help with funding institutions like this. It's good that we look at past history, current situation to project future outcomes, but we also should look at this from another standpoint. We can always go back to the past, right? There's a new government. It's been in power going to 3 years, if not 3 years, right? There are new realities now. They understand how much they have in there for the SS project. They have a way of monitoring. The reason I'm speaking to this specifically because you know why? I have a little insight on that as to how things are going on right now. That's why I'm speaking. That's why I can pretty much speak to that a little bit. Again, I'm not a subject matter expert on this. Madam Jazzo herself or her deputies could better, defend this. But the realities yesterday are not the same realities today. And if the government comes and say, "Oh yeah, you guys will not pay for registration fee, whatever it is," they know exactly what they're depending on. So all we can do is now go, well, you said it for your criticize there, or whatever it is. Now you're saying, let's do it in the next 6 months and see what happens, and next year, and see what happens. Then we'll come back. But the realities are not the same from the first introduced when George Weah to what it is now.
Thank you. Robert Gagwa, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Jerry. It's good to see you back, man.
Yeah, man. We got that. Let me go to the educator here. Victor, Mr. Toure is trying to tie himself into a knot. Anyway, someone just posted the program that he's talking about, that the K-6 program that is being implemented is being funded by, it's a grant. This is the reason we've always had problem in Liberia, okay? It is not a government policy, so when the grant dries up, the whole thing dries up. It's a terrible way to run an agency. Yeah, go ahead.
That's right. That's right. And I am sure, I don't know about maybe this lady, she tried and couldn't get this into the budget, and so she had to get a grant. But you're right. When the grant runs out, then what? You know? It's just like the budget now is to $1.2 billion because we got $200 million from ArcelorMittal. When that money runs out, will we have a $1.2 billion budget next year? We'll see. But the argument that has been made, research after research has indicated that the best years for any child, any education, those are the formative years. Usually from pre-K all the way to third grade. That's when the foundation is laid. You know, phonetics. You know, they learn. You know, grammar. You know, sentence. All of those things. The rest of the school years, they're building on those. So I think this is a good call. You're right. The problem will be its capacity for continuity. You know, is it going to just be for this grant period, and then after that, what's going to happen? But if they can find a way to sustain it, I think this would be one best thing that this government has done. You know, if they execute it properly, and I want to commend the Minister of Education. I think this is a very good thing. President, we have tried this, but I wasn't sure they were concerned about, you know, the support necessary to support his declaration. You know, you pay the student school fees, they go to school, but the teachers are not paid, and therefore there is no teacher available to teach these students, or there are no materials, you know, the implements. So that was a concern. So I don't know the structure of this particular program. I heard a minister yesterday on some place announcing this. I haven't really, you know, looked it up to see how it is going to be executed. But notwithstanding, I think it's a good call. But the concern I have will be the same concern you just expressed in the intro. You know, continuity. If this grant runs out, will the government then be able to step in and carry this forward? But this is the best investment for our children, the formative years. And that's when it brings like a sponge. It takes in almost every good thing, and that's the period when everybody says it's best to give the children the best foundation possible. So that would be my closing for tonight. I'd like to welcome Robert. I got other stuff doing like football on TV right now, so I'm very busy right now. Well, it's been a great show. It's been a great day. Thank you guys very much.
Trying to build our country.
That's an honest man. He's going to watch his Eagles, and go and see them beat them. Somebody going to beat them up. So go ahead.
We're trying to build our country. Going to watch football.
Robert Gagwa.
But what you want me to say now, AB? I say everything. I say he threw out the window. When I put it, he threw out the window.
Listen, Victor, even you call your name, the guy will say that's not your name.
You have a name.
He will say you don't look like a Nangbe. Robert Gagwa. The problem that we have in Liberia, and I know that I'm an educator, I'm an administrator, I do all these things, and I do the grant and the federal and all that, I do the whole 9 yards. The problem that we have in Liberia is when you come up with a great idea like this woman has, right? Instead of meeting with the president and say, Mr. President, this is how it is done in the state where I come from. It is best practice. Let's make this a law, okay? So it becomes budgetary. So tomorrow when we leave, it is mandatory. It is a law that education, K through 6, is on the government. It's written. It's part of the budget. If we can't convince our administration to convince our lawmaker to put this into law, legislation, then we're wasting our time because this money, they tell you, it's from year to year. It is not permanent. Why would you want to make a public pronouncement on something that is not permanent?
Well, because the government. First of all, before I even say anything, I think it's a great initiative. But to your point, it's about sustainability. And so sustainability is a great question. And another concern also is if this is good, if the country recognizes that this is good for our young children and the financial burden that it takes off of parents, then why is it not legislated? Why are we not making sacrifices to ensure that this is, to your point, this is permanent? And that this is when it becomes a true government policy. This is almost like, but from a government perspective, it's almost like an NGO who was able to secure a certain amount of grant, and they are implementing this stuff. But it's this question about sustainability, and I think that hopefully, as more discussions take place, hopefully that question is answered. But I don't want that to overshadow the importance of this. I think it's good. Also, I think that the ministry was a bit not transparent, right? With regards to what this is. What is the Excel project, right? Kind of educating Liberians on where this grant is coming from, and what have you. And are we just talking about, this is the question that I had, and hopefully one of these days we're able to get the minister to come on so that we can dialogue. But are we just talking about Monrovia? Because from our indication, it looks like I don't think the money is enough to cover K2 through the 6th grade for the entire country. Another concern, and that concern was also raised when the announcement was done under the WEA administration, even though it was more from a secondary education perspective, was the quality of education. And there have always been questions about public schools in Liberia. Rolling out this policy and relieving parents of financial burdens. By the way, a lot of these parents are not asking for a handout. The reason why the government feels constrained to do what they're doing is because they have not been able to create an environment. And by the way, this is not unique to the Joseph Boakai administration. I don't think we've seen a government, all right, from an executive, legislative, judicial perspective, that have been able to create an environment where men and women, able men and women, competent men and women, can go out there and look for jobs in the formal or informal sector, right? And so these parents are willing to send their kids to the quality schools and the quality education that they demand. They're not saying we don't. A lot of parents question the quality of education our children are receiving in public schools. So, but they have no choice because they don't have the resources to send them to private schools, right? And so we shouldn't just focus on this announcement that people are going to school for free, there's no free tuition, there's no undercut payment, whatsoever the case is. The quality of education that our children are learning, I think, is more paramount than anything else. And so I hopefully they're looking at that portion and investing in equipping our schools, ensuring that we have qualified teachers in those classrooms, ensuring that our textbooks are updated and they're not outdated. I'll close on this note. When I did my non-for-profit organization for 10 years throughout the country, we had over 20-something schools that over 300 students were attending. And part of the conversation we always had was the quality of the environment. No library, outdated books. Teachers are in classroom because they're just there. The school cannot afford. There are no criteria as far as qualification check. I mean, all of these things needs to be looked at so that we're ensuring that not only are we giving free education, but at least we're competing from a quality perspective with private schools.
Yeah, but you didn't address the second. Let me work on Rosalind Wedley. Great woman.
What was this? What was the second question?
The second question is, I got my educator here, and when I discussed this earlier today, her problem was, have they addressed the underlying issues? You could have a school building, free education, free everything, and the children won't come because parents cannot afford to send them. Parents cannot afford to bring the kids to school. Parents rely on these children to be breadwinners, selling things in the street to support the family. Until you address the economic part of it, where parents can afford to send their kids to school, you can do everything free. They may not come.
Yeah, but that's part of that's part of these knee-jerk reaction. Listen, we need to be bold in our ideas and policy and the implementation of them. I remember way back, there was this. I think the Ministry of Children, the Children and whatever Protection, issued this Ministry of Gender order that kids, I think it was under this administration, kids below the age 6 or 7 cannot be seen out selling.
It was administration, yes.
Yeah, doing public doing school town. And I don't think that was a logical order. You can't tell a parent that a 7-year-old cannot sell market when you as a government have not created an environment for that parent to go and take care of his and go out there and take care of his child, right? A lot of these parents have all the other challenges, right? Their disability challenges, their health challenges. This does not negate the fact that we should be responsible. Just like in this country, before you think about having kids, you think about the financial burden. It's expensive to have children in this country. So it's not recreational. People are not just out there having sex and having babies, right? You have to think about, are you financially equipped enough to ensure that daycare fees are paid, to ensure that, diapers and all of the things that are required to create this conducive environment for kids. You have to, in Liberia is different because people don't have jobs. Recreational sex has become a major problem. Right? And people are having babies people are having babies all over the place. And a lot of these babies are left without parents. They are left without fathers, right? Some of them are left without mothers. So there are no mechanism in place to even ensure that people who are having children are actually responsible for their kids, are actually doing the things that they should be doing as parents, right? There's a systemic issue there, right? And so then as a government, how do you say 7-year-olds should not be in the street selling, they should be in school and what have you, because it shouldn't be, and it's difficult to really do that. But the government cannot do everything.
But could we say this could be a start to a means where, okay, you know what, I'm going to pay your tuition now so that you can make an excuse?
I'm not saying that it is wrong for the government to stop 7-year-old from selling.
No, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it's not. I'm saying it's not well thought out, because in order to have that fully implemented, then a smart government will have to address the underlying issues. Like what? So what is the reason why these kids are in the street selling? The reason why a lot of these kids are in the street selling is because, again, their parents are incapable. They don't have the environment for them to go out there and work.
Even the parents cannot afford it, but we should not encourage them to go to sell.
Yeah, no, we're not encouraging them. No, it's not an encouragement.
No, it's a necessity.
It's a circumstantial issue. Listen, the reason we used to walk to school when I was growing up in Liberia as a kid before I left 7 years old. We used to walk to school. Do you think that my parents now, if I had my kids in Liberia, I'm in a position to ensure that they don't walk to school? Don't you think our parents thought about what could possibly happen if when we were crossing those roads? Like they tell us, look left and right. But there were still instances where you got kids that are 4 or 5 years old. They had to walk to school. People didn't take their kids to school. That things could happen. But now I'm in a position where if I had my kids growing up in Liberia, they would be driven to school, right? Our government don't have the ability to buy school buses to pick up kids to take them to school. So there are underlying issues that government must first address to demand that kids cannot sell in the street. If I'm a handicapped parent and I'm a single parent and I don't have the means to go and work, I don't have the means to send my kids to school, and I have a market, right? Who helps me sell that market? It's my child. How can you tell me as a government that, disregard your handicap issue, disregard all of the issues that's happening, your kids can help you go and sell? I mean, there are other issues. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying it's not feasible.
1 minute real quick. Rosalind said, great topic for our young girls. My sister from Buchanan, one of the most beautiful women I've ever met. Grecian Tucker Kennedy say, Robert, you guys are talking to our platform. You are so negative against this government, bro. Grecian, we can't do anything to please you. You've been on this show. Every time we talk something, you know what we're talking is right. Let me read this real quick here, okay? As an educator and an owner of an education program, this is what it says here. It's in my office. It's on the wall. It's if public education is a legal right in the United States, K through 12, though it is managed at the state and local levels rather than being explicitly outlined in the U.S. Constitution. Access, regardless of status. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Plyer versus Doe 1982 that all children, including undocumented children, are entitled to free public education, K through 12 education, and states cannot deny enrollment based on immigration and status. So here we go, Honorable George, this is what I was talking about. Yeah. Our Liberian people, they just love press conferences to make news and all of that without thinking these things through. A few weeks ago, the guy from the LDEA made a pronouncement here that drug ghettos have been eliminated in Liberia, Monrovia, and its environment. And we told him, somebody who works in that industry, you are moving them from one place doesn't mean you have eradicated. They're just going to move somewhere else. And on Monday, you saw Leonard Dudu with his investigation, going following the kids to find out where they have moved to from the area where they were kicked them from. They're all over Monrovia. They recongregate in other areas. The reason I'm saying this is our leadership is all about press conference. It's about making news without thinking these things through. If we want to make education K through 12 free, why don't we just put it in law like the people have done here, so the government can use our natural resources to educate our kids. These little things here and there, it's not working because the grant is going to dry it out and they're going to go back to status quo.
I tried to get in touch with the Minister of Education and she responded to me, but I told her I wanted to talk. She said she was available. By the time she said she was available, I did not see the message. So I told her just now say that I'm available. So anytime she can call. So if I get in touch with her during the course of the day, I'll try her best to get her on the show because she also is a very brilliant young lady and she's been doing her best. I'm gonna give her some credit that she took over the educational sector. But I'm very sure even if this is a grant, please tell me, I don't think the government will just when the grant runs out then they'll say, well, you finished. No, I know. They'll all be continuously playing. Just how we had USAID in Liberia supporting our projects. USAID decided to cut the support. The projects still continue. The government takes over.
No, Tommy, please. No, most of the USAID projects have disappeared.
Yeah, but the health educational part that was supporting, they never abandon it. The government had to come in to take control of it. Okay? But the thing is that there's like I glad everybody on the platform, most of the speakers so far support this initiative, which is something that I agree. But I'm very sure if this grant about to run up, they will find means of putting the budget to make sure that it continue. They won't just cut it off. I don't think you won't start something that you then tomorrow you cut off and then you have.
So then, Tomo, let me ask you this. Don't you think that with regard to the question of sustainability and a true policy for continuity, don't you think it would have been smart for the government to have started with the budget instead of the grant?
Well, if somebody gave you free money.
No, it's not free money. They had no choice. I think she's been working diligently to ensure that this was in the budget. It wasn't. It didn't go through in the budget. They had to have gotten the grant.
It's important that we try to get to her, and she will come and she will help us to understand it. I'm sure that it's a long range plan for this. It won't just be when the grant runs out, then they say, "Well, it's over." No, I don't think so. That it won't be no responsible government or administrator will do that. Honestly, I believe that they have to sustain it.
Toure, I was in Buke. I was in Grand Bassa County in February, and the World Bank had an animal husbandry, big 205 acres. They had mule, they got everything, and the agreement was when the World Bank leaves, the Liberian government will continue it, and when the World Bank left, the government have not done anything to that place. In fact, it was about $2 million a year to control 200 acres with horses and pigs and everything else. And the college over there partnered with the people, the native people that own the land, so they can take piece of the property to build, to do farming, because the project was too big. When the World Bank left, it was not public policy. It was not in the budget. Agriculture didn't take away. So everything remained as they are. And there are several projects all over the country that way. Some of us would believe that if this is critical, it should be a public policy. It should be a law that says the Liberian government will use the resources of this country to educate its kids free from K through 6, so we can sleep. We don't worry, say, okay, in 6 years or 2 years or 6 months, this thing is going to go away. I think it should have been public policy. Put it through the legislative body, let it become a law, bounding us to do this. But as it is now, it's another incubator funded by foreign people. When they leave, this thing is going to die.
So I actually got somebody coming to the door, so I may not take long on this, but let me just say it before I go.
Mm-hmm.
Did we read what the news headline today or yesterday? Did we read it?
That's why you were here.
So it says this is a project for 2026, 2027.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a permanent project.
That's correct.
Knowing Madame Jasso, for the little knowledge that I have of her now, she would never go into something that she don't have the full understanding of. I say this from as a testimony of my personal interaction with things around her, right? This document specifically said 2026, 2027. The EXA program have secured that funding for this period of the time. Now, if you're calling for a national law to be a policy, then that's a different argument we can have another time. But our fear should not worry about, what happened 2028, 2029, because this specifically talks about 2026, 2027, which therefore tells you the fund has been secured. That's what I'll say for that.
Exactly.
So this is part of the reason, but that's part of the problem.
That's the problem. That's what we are saying. So if you go to school beyond 2028, you're on your own.
And I don't think Abraham, exactly. So, Abraham, I don't think you need to remind us. We know exactly what it says. That's why in the initial point I mentioned sustainability. We know that it's a grant, and we also know that this is temporary, right? And so that's the problem. The problem is, listen, like they always say, don't start something you can't finish. This is great, and it's great. It's commendable. There's nothing negative about this. There's nothing negative about this, right? The problem is, how do we now strategically figure out a way of continuing process and sustainability with regard to this whole program? So if she comes back in 2029 and says, you know what, we told you from the beginning that this project was only for school year 2026, 2027. So we've been honest with y'all. We secured the funding for that, and that's it. How do we respond to that?
So, Raul, let me ask you this. Liberia, we know as a country, we've been struggling for a lot of things. Somebody come and say, you know what, I'm gonna pay your child school for now, just this semester. It happens all the time, scholarship.
Yes.
Right? I'll pay a child school for this time. Are you gonna refuse that because you want to pay every time?
Here's the difference. Abraham, let me ask you the question. Here's the difference. The difference is this is a government. It's not an NGO. 1 second. One second. Government operations are not based on NGOs handouts necessarily. And you remember yesterday from the deputy minister, he talked about moving away from necessary international partnership to strengthen economic cooperations. Right? We need to go. We can expect that a government will function on policy-related issues as important as education, as the way an NGO would. So
I think we're not fair to ourselves as Liberia. We complain about everything. We're not. We're not fair to ourselves.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that as a government? Whatever this NGO has provided for funding for this free education, are you telling us as a government we're not able, if we're prioritizing, right, and spending wisely and not wasting taxpayer money, are you telling me that we're not able to put this, to legislate this, put it in law and make a law that regardless of who government comes in power, we can sustain quality free education for our children from K2 to 6th grade?
My point I'm trying to make to you is this. While we work on that, you have something right now that could solve a problem or temporary problem.
But it's not sustainable.
You are not working on it. Let me go to 2 minutes. 1 minute.
No,
1 minute. 1 minute, guys. 2 minutes.
If it was, the government would have had a press conference and says, you know what? Even though this grant is from 2-year free education, here are long-term plans. We have a short-term and a long-term plan. We have not heard that.
Hold on. The decision to have announced it. Did you listen to the press conference that she said that? Have you read that?
Yes.
Did you listen to the press conference when Jackson said that?
Let me go to 2 minutes.
Man, I don't know, man.
I am asking my political leader Musa Hassan Belete to.
You have a political leader won't get in one CC. You want CDC, now you CMC. What you want? What? Say that one play, my man. Let me find you. Yeah, one time with CDC, one time with AMC. Say that one play, my man.
You see this man who ain't got no political party. He don't talk politics. You see, I know I'm gonna bring him out. Tomlin, I'm going to ask Honorable Musa Ability, since this is such a great news, what the government have not done, let him introduce it into a bill. If the government can pass giving card to themselves every 2 years or every 3 years, whatever, every 3 years, giving themselves a card, it can read it into a law. I think it is very important.
I don't understand that.
It is very important for them. Yes, come on, man. It is important for them to give our children free education, K through 6. Let them write it into a law.
Thank you.
We pay for that. He's listening.
It's not a grant.
The call is noble. Listen, guys, listen.
Let me learn now.
Okay.
I know Musa Ability is listening in Pennsylvania. He's listening to us. I am telling him this is a prime opportunity for him to eat their show. Said they couldn't do this, introduce this as a bill. And you, Abraham, I don't know what district you're from, in Monrovia or in Liberia, you too should be calling on your representative or your senator to make sure that this thing passes, because it's too good. Since what we say in Liberia, when somebody help you wash your back, you wash your own belly. Saying these people are helping you with 2 years. That's enough. Let us now take it from here within the next 2 years to have a bill passed that the government use our iron ore, our gold, our diamond, use some of that money and pay these children. Tommy, what do you think about the idea of legislating this?
Oh, I mean, honestly, that's something that we should have support to make sure that we have funding for such a program. It will be in the budget every time, so it's something that I support. But look, it's a game. I repeat, I'm very sure that this thing that this plan that was laid out, I'm sure they have contingency attached to it. They know that if the grant runs out, they will have funding for it. But if they can make it pass into law, where the money will be placed in the budget for such program, something that we should support. That's something the lawmakers should be pressed, So I think we should be inviting the lawmakers that are in charge of education, the committee from the House and the Senate, to invite them and encourage them to ensure that it's passing the law. The problem is that most of these folks, they will only go. I will tell them that, like I would say that Minister Yates actually said that expressed to you guys that he was happy to be here and a lot of positive reviews for his appearance. And I think he said that to me. He said he will encourage government officials to come on the conclusion argument, because I think it's a diverse group here, and people we don't sanction or censor anyone for their views or whatever the case. So, and we have to answer the questions that we can ask. We're not here to beat on the government to say, yeah, every day just beat. No. We have to be very, very objective, and most of us.
I was doing it because of CMC business.
So, but I think that we should. I think we should support it. We should support it and let make it happen, because it will benefit our children, the future of our country. Let's push for it. But again, I repeat, right. This minister, I'm sure she thought through it, and she won't allow this program to run out of funding. I'm very sure of that.
Abraham, AB, the reason in the United States, I grew up here. All my politics are here, so my Liberian politics is totally different. The reason that the people don't like presidential proclamation and executive order is it's legally it's only good for 12 months. Any president can do away with it. That's why anything that they want.
Look at the attacking to it. Look at that. The man gave me an objective view. Oh my God. I know.
Listen, you leave Toure alone. Toure is an agent that was planted here by Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai, they man, you know her real name?
No, Mr. Gilman,
his name is 007. James Bond.
I like any group of person that will be.
Listen, Touré is James Bond. He's 007. You remember James?
It's funny that you guys are saying this, because at the end of the day, to be honest, I personally, you know, I have bro. If you ever brought anything here that is a problem but my point is this: let's get away from problem seeking. Go look for problem, look for solution.
I just gave you solution.
No, Manasira Bezzy Yesto sat here today.
No. We're not talking about Beslo now. We're on education. Don't go back there.
So
I'm giving you. Listen, let me learn. I'm giving you. I'm calling. I am calling on Musa Hassan Belete to please introduce it into a bill. I ask you to call wherever district you are living in Monrovia, the representative to help. We all need to call our lawmakers to make their law. That's a positive solution. What's wrong with that?
No. So yes, I get it. But when we come, let me tell you something, right? It's one thing to say, oh man, I'm genuinely sorry for what you did. I understand. I made a mistake. I messed up. I'm not happy. But when you say, oh man, I'm sorry, but the reason I do it because of this, then you're not sorry because you're justifying your apology. In the same analogy we apply to this. Oh yeah, we recommend what the government doing, but no. My point, what I'm trying to say is this: the government said this is from 2026 to 2027, right? It's a grant. It is not a whatever it is. For example, the federal government today, even though there is a free school for most people, like people that do students, but if you don't apply so in that time pass, you gotta wait for another time. It happens in America here. The reason I speak to that because I went through it, I experienced it. So the government can say
what happens in America? What happens in America?
Oh, you got window to apply for FAFSA. You don't apply for that window, it goes that year, go that year.
A different thing.
No. They got all over the place. No, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. My point is this: grant has when you have grant, we got public school.
But the government, say that again.
My brother.
We agree.
The government acknowledge
all grant has a beginning and end.
Exactly. So in this case, this is for 2025, 26 to 2027.
Right.
Next year come, depending how obviously I don't know. I said to be correct. Maybe Tumale, or maybe Mr. Bravo here, or Mr. Gagwa here have working government. No working government because I don't work in Liberian government before. I work in government in America, but it's local government, and my work did not reach that far. However, never judge a man at a position you've never reached yet. You don't know the constraint the guys face out there. You have somebody who can say, my man, take this thing here for this year. Are you gonna leave it on the table? I implore the court that we should make it a law. I welcome that. Let's go for that. It should be a law. Liberian students from that age range, that grade range, should be able to go to school free of charge. I welcome that. But until we get that, we shouldn't criticize. Oh, it's okay, but we should they could do better.
But listen,
no,
there's nothing wrong with saying. Listen, even in self-reflections, Mr. Touré, there are times where we look in the mirror and say, and we criticize ourselves, right? Yes, we all have goals and we have things that we want to do. We have desires, and so there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what? After just analyzing everything, this is what I achieved, but there's always going to be a but. Even when we rewarding people, right? It's not always about what they're not doing right, but it's not wrong with saying, hey, this is what you have done right, but there's your opportunities to improve. In Liberia, we have a government and a president that is very powerful, Abraham. We have a president in Liberia that is very powerful. And we've seen actions where that president has exhibited his power on numerous occasions. So the president of Liberia gets what he wants. We've seen the president of Liberia want the Speaker of the House to be changed, and the president of Liberia got what the president of Liberia wanted.
Which president?
No matter what it took.
Which president?
The president, yeah, Joseph Boaga.
So you're gonna sit here and you're gonna sit here and also run the government on social media? Do you got proof that Joseph Boaga took the man out?
my brother. Come on, man. Don't do that kind of
No,
thing.
don't do that, my man. Don't do that, my man. Don't do that, my man.
I don't run. Listen, I think your perspective. One second.
I do that. Ray, you know very well. Oh, what's
Hey, let me hear my man. Let me hear I'll see my perspective.
I will beg your indulgence, right?
Okay.
Because
I can hear you. I think you went out. You went out. We're not hearing you.
Yeah, the NSA black man.
We're not hearing you. But no, my point is, when we say things that we should say things that we can substantiate. We should say things that we should substantiate. We can say, oh yeah, the president did. Do you have proof?
When you saw the president speak, wait a minute, when it's Tobrigo rule, what he said?
What did he say?
He said he expressed Tobrigo to him, but he worked with Richard Coon.
Okay.
So,
but does it mean? Let me ask you this though. Does it mean? But what did the Supreme Court say? The Supreme Court didn't say them to go handle the thing in the House.
No.
The Supreme Court supported.
We're not speaking fire over here. We're not speaking fire. These people spoke English.
I want to see you. My point I'm trying to make is we got a man say I pray work with too many judges. That doesn't mean that he support. I mean he was the one that did it.
He took the message. He told the message. Man, EPS security took it from the man. What you expect now?
Because they didn't recognize the man no more than that majority. They had the majority.
Come on now.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen, we got 3 minutes. I want to thank Toure. Guys, straight talk. He been with me going on 3.5 hours. We want to thank him very much. Robert Gagwa, thank you. Josh, Tomlin George, thank you very much. Let's start with you, Toure, because you've been here the longest.
Before I go, just tell Tomlin George, my man, when I pick up your phone, I say, so 10%, I'll be calling you.
I'm very sorry. I plan to call you, sir, but we'll talk. I'm sorry.
My man, the eyes were behind the man. He call you, you won't pick up the phone.
Yeah, my man, you know I'm not really a lawyer, bro.
Toure, go ahead.
But yeah, I want to say thanks to every one of you. Good show always. I appreciate it. I'm actually looking for a political party to join. I'm actually searching.
Listen, man. No, you better close and get out of here.
Okay. Okay.
Look. So you on your face we see UP rather UP. It's not UP rather. There you go.
I'm just pro logic. I just pro common sense. That's all. I would not be in the midst of people that come and call government names when I have proof.
You say you wanted to close to go home. You may have
now you called me back to the thing. But I like the fact that we come here. I really appreciate it. I acknowledge a lot of things that was said today by the government. This is the first time I'm going to listen to them.
Is it today? Is it Abu 3.0?
No problem. This is the first time I'm going to listen to Madame Beslow, and when she gave some of the gains, some of the mark, the international discussion when it comes to security, like Library is doing out there, making peace here and there. I think I appreciate that. I also think that we have a strong and huge responsibility on this platform to call things as they are, and things we say here. Don't be surprised somebody sue you for labeling. It's very, very, they can do it, right? So it's just a note to every one of us. That we should be careful how we say things here. We all disagree on certain things, but Liberia at the end of the day, it's our common denominator. It's all we've got, and we should just give praises to what praises are due. And by the time I'm doing it, I'll call my phone up. I can't tell me. So I
was ending my statement.
Robert, let him close. Go ahead.
Oh, he closed now.
I'm closing. So that's what it is. But kudos to the government of Liberia. And I think we are in the right direction as a nation. And I best believe this: if God give us all long left and another regime come, I will be the same Toure. I'm not changing for nobody, But yeah, I love you all. All the guys who call me names on Facebook, I love you. I love you. Tell you right now, I love your Bowie.
Listen,
it was nice talking to you.
The good thing is we love you. We love the diversity. You call me. You say I want Man City in 2 chairs. One day at CDC man, the other day at CMC. I should find somewhere to sit. So we all get to get used to it. If people say they can see through the TV and see you all over your face. But ladies and gentlemen, that Straight Talk. Toure has been here. Very, very informative, very productive, and that's what we are looking for, guys. Please, Toure, stick around. Let's do this. Rawa Gagwa, do your closing. And your statement first, then you can do your closing.
No, but awesome show. But what I was saying is that sometimes I know Toure, and we're gonna have our behind the scene conversation. And don't change for nobody. That's who you are. Continue to be who you are. But
like that.
yeah, exactly. Everyone can't be the same. But you have to understand the politics, the day-to-day politics of what's happening in the country. I mean, it's no brainer that the president and the executive were solely behind the removal of Fanatic Kofa.
Right.
I don't know how else to convince you of that. There's no brainer that, and so this is not about Facebook. This is reality. And if you need to get the facts for it, the facts are out there. But the point that I was making is the president gets what the president wants. Let me just also remind you, when the Supreme Court, when the Chief Justice, one of the justices of the Supreme Court was removed, what's his name? Under the CDC administration. You know what was said? The CDC and George Weah needed him out. And politically, there was some sort of backing politically to show that, right? That there are political maneuvering that happens behind closed doors. But the point that I'm making is the president of Liberia is very powerful. This is the only president in the world that appoints and fires damn near everyone. This president has the legislature in his pocket. The legislative branch of government that should be functioning independent of the executive and the judiciary. Somehow, this is not unique to Joseph Boakai, is in the pockets of the president. The president gets what the president wants. And so I say that to say, if any president of the Republic of Liberia wants to ensure that there are laws on the books, wants to ensure that there are funding, even though there are competing priorities, that there are fundings for early child education, free across the board, quality across the board, that president can get that done. Any president that wants to see the transformation of Liberia, that president can get that done. What has hurt us for many, many years is corruption, nepotism, right? Impunity. The list goes on. The president is powerful. We have not had a president that have really, asserted him or herself on all of the key things that are very, very important: education, roles, jobs. But if that president wants what that president wants, and that president have the political will, that president is patriotic, that president will get what that president wants. Liberia is a small country. And so if the Republic of Liberia, the government of Liberia wants to ensure that we are reserving $5 million every year for free early child education from K2 to 6th grade, that government can get that done. But that also means we will have to get rid of some other things where we're wasting funds. That could mean collaboration with other government entities to ensure that if we're wasting $2-3 million on purchasing government official cars, that money can be redirected to early childhood education. There are many things that we're doing, and we're wasting taxpayer monies we shouldn't be doing. Do you think we should be paying lawmakers all the monies we pay them, providing for them all the perks we provide for them, but still pay for their clothes at homes, still pay for their security at homes, still pay for that driver? This is legislated, my friend. And so we have to be smart. I'm not talking down on this grant. I think it's good. I don't think it should be, and that's fine. That's your opinion. But your opinion does not mean it's factual. That's your opinion. And you have rights to your opinion. You just don't have rights to the facts. But everything I just stated are all facts, right? I'm not talking down on this. What I am saying is we should also talk about long term. We should not talk about short term. It's almost like the government just did a groundbreaking for the hospitality hotel training center. But what is the plan? What is the plan for sustainability? What is the plan to ensure that we have quality professionals who will give the adequate training that those future hospitality leaders actually need? What are those plans? A lot of times we just focus on what makes headline. We don't focus on the substance of things. And so what we are saying is this government must focus on the long term, and we can get it done. We can't run government like we run NGO. But awesome show, great show. By the way, I respect your opinion, even if I disagree with it.
Thank you, my brother.
You're
muted.
Yeah. Chief, take us home.
Yeah, man. Look, thank you, Mr. Game, man. Thank you so much for this show. Ture, thanks, Robert. Thank you all you guys. Look, we reiterate, the president should try to set up an independent body to investigate this drug issue. It's something that I don't think the Liberian public have too much confidence in the security apparatus. Because one minute you get NSA and people and other security people are not operating together. So the president, to be for his own legacy, to let him set up an independent inquiry group to handle this thing. We've got a lot of former law enforcement officers, expert, legal people. Let him use them and get this thing so we can get to the bottom of this. Because even the police, they keep on doing what they're doing, the people always say they're satisfied because they feel that this person close to the person linked to this thing. So for the greater good, set up an independent body. We pray the president will do it. And let us try our best to look for the security people to get them here. They have to come, they won't come, but at least we got a good positive review from Minister Ye and people will. If you notice the press conference morning at the MICAT, basically watch that show, you know that some of the things that was said last night also was real.
They watch it, all they call the government in and happen we thought
but if I think tell people put in the chat room. Jeff on the interview we had last night. So that shows that we are doing something positive. Let us keep it up. And for want to also say, look, the MGR, quickly, I know we didn't discuss it quickly. What they are doing is dirty politics. And I can bet you, mark my word, today's August 6th, they are about to expel Senator Koga. They set up an inquiry to investigate him. And I can tell you, we know that who behind it. The people that are against Koga, they are the ones that are behind it. They come and expel Koga. Take my word, somebody said it. They will find him guilty and will expel him. They appointed the former deputy minister in the CDC government, Bangura. He was all there supporting the CDC, defending them. Now he flipped. He joined MDR.
Did you know that Wilfred Bangura personally invited him to join CMC?
So he wanted CMC. He was saying join CMC. They call him now. He now jumped to MDR now. Now they made him vice chairman now. He tried. And then they started our committee head about Kevin Matari to go now and investigate Samuel Koga. The next thing they say they found him guilty. He has been expelled because they found that he just would not agree with them. He personally called for an audit of the Nimba County administration headed by my sister. But I know my sister is, I'm sure she's crossing her T's and dotting her I's. I'm very sure. But he called for an audit. You got to give each of the caucus, the district, $10,000 each, US dollar. He rejected his. But Musa said he took his and he ordered the people to give $5,000 to the team and keep it up $5,000 that he get back. They'll decide what to do away with the district. But all the representatives and senators for the county took the $10,000 US dollar. So Koga rejected his and said he wanted an audit. So we want to see what happened. But I know they will expel him. That's something that we should watch. And we just want to say, look, we got to keep it up. And tomorrow I should be in Minnesota. Robert, please. Robert, I call you 10 and Robert, please. Robert, please. We'll talk.
Yeah. Please. Yeah, I was knocked out when you called me this morning. I was sleeping. Yeah.
So, but Tunela Gay, happy birthday. Shout out to Councilor Gonglo. I think he turned 70 today. Aaron Costa turned 44 today. And also the president of the Liberian community in Texas, Akwe Gon. And my own nephew, Hector Weah. Today they're all celebrating their birthday. Happy birthday to all these guys. Wish them God bless them and good health. Mr. Gayman, Thank you so much. Tomorrow, Robert, you'll be here tomorrow. Fremont, come here tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
I'd like to see man like you and Ture on the show tomorrow because they're the kind of guys they can get it.
And get him pepper.
Robert, I told a question that last night. Yeah, for the guest said.
Please get back to Minister Abbey.
You're right. I don't have answers for that. The other man was honest.
Yeah, he was honest. Yeah.
Please get back to Mr. Abbey Yan to give me the answer to my question. He said, oh, that's a research question, but I'll do the other question. So then you'll give me the answer to my other question I'm asking.
Which one?
Man, asking, I think about it, they're gonna make impact this drug thing. Supposed to like, bro, he being
I'll ask him.
asking.
I'll connect. I'll say a number to you so you can communicate with him directly. So
yeah, I'll actually name my podcast too, to be honest.
Yeah. So guys, thank you so much. But again, thank you. That's
guys.
I get ready for
All
tomorrow.
right.
Good night. I don't watch.
All right. Not that way.
You speaking Gribble? I beg you, yeah. Oh,